This amazing device can instantly make cupcakes out of anything that you have in the kitchen.
Wait a minute, did you say anything?
Anything.
Anything?
Yes, anything.
Anything?
I'll get you, and I'll make it look like a bloody accident.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Cheap Seek Critics podcast for episode 100. Hello.
Woo!
Yeah. Uh, I'm one of your hosts, Geeky Writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
I'm a character called Sister Boy.
And I'm Sprank. Look at that, Sinister's here. Woo!
Yeah.
What a
They wheeled me
celebration!
out of the retirement center.
Yeah, dragged him back, kicking
Yeah.
and screaming
Yes.
on his wheelchair.
Well, don't
Yeah.
worry, we'll throw him back in after.
Plugged me into the wall.
Anybody, hey, you're Cheap Seat Critics. You look us up on the interwebs. You'll find us on like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LetterBox. We got graphs over there. We got a visual site on YouTube and Rumble. Just updates, and you'll find out things and stuff that we do, like episode 100. Whoa! Thanks.
Well
So it's
put.
accurate. Today, gentlemen, we're covering a film that is, as far as I can understand, as the newcomer to this film, very infamous amongst the three of you.
It's got history.
Yeah, it's got history. We're covering the animated film Cat in the Hat, where he explores the universe with his children. Right? That's what we're doing.
Ryder, unfortunately, since you
Interesting.
watched the wrong movie.
Shoot.
Did you watch the Martin Short PBS version?
I'm just
I
messing
haven't
with
seen
you.
that one.
He's just mezzing.
And that's
He's
for
messing
just me
around.
messing with you. Because, it's a silly movie. No, we're talking about the Mike Myers live action Cat in the Hat from 2003. I did not know Mike Myers was in this film until I watched it. Or what a surprise that was for me.
How instant did you realize it was him? Or did you read the
Instant.
credits?
It was instant. The moment that he was on screen, I realized who it was. Just like I got spooked by Alec Baldwin. I did not expect him to be in this movie either.
Insane. From this movie
ever
to
since
Mission
this movie came up in discussion, I've done my best to avoid anything about it. I haven't even looked up facts about it, so I'm turning that over to my co-host when we get there. But I figure we start with our histories today, gentlemen. So let's start with our returning co-host, Sinister.
It's hard to pinpoint when I probably saw this movie first. It must have been probably around when it came out, so probably maybe 2004, 2005, maybe out a year or two later. So I got it on DVD, and I think it was just because I like the Dr. Seuss books, and I know we had the How the Grinch Stole Christmas, both the live action and the original, and a couple other Dr. Seuss kind of adaptation things. So I'm sure my parents were just like, oh well, we just didn't watch the movie and just got it for me, and I watched it, and I really really liked it as a kid. And then I didn't find out till probably many years later that it's a notoriously disliked or divisive film that people, and I was always very confused by that because I was like, I really like it a lot, and I don't really see the issues with it. And then I found Crimson had a similar leaning to me, and then found out that Sprinks had the exact opposite leaning, and that's kind of where a lot of arguments ensued. But I'm sure they'll get to that themselves.
All right, nice. Crimson, why don't you give us your history since Sinister tagged you?
Sweet. Yeah. I don't remember a year of when I saw this, but I do know Santa was very generous to gift this for Christmas. I didn't see it before that, so Santa's like, you know what, I'm thinking this is a you movie. I got it for you. And Santa was right. It was a good movie, and I've probably seen it over a dozen times, quite a few times. And as Sinister said, there's been a lot of debates, a ton of quoting. This is one of my most quoted films because I usually can't quote squat, but I
You
got
have
this one
no
locked.
idea how much of like a light bulb experience this was for me as far as quoting this was for the group on this film.
Oh yeah, uh, all over the place. Um, let's see. Anything else really added to that? No.
All right, Sprinks, you want to wrap this history section up?
Sure, since it seems you already gave yours that you have none.
Yeah, my
I'm a-
history is none. My first
No.
experience was for the podcast.
Crimson, I won't denote you that big of confusing Santa with Krampus. That's common. Um, but for my history with this film, I don't know the exact year. It could have been 2003 or 2004 when I saw it, which would have made me around 6 or 7. However, I do remember my first instance watching this movie, which was with family friends who just had the film, introduced myself to it, and at the time, I was happy because I was a little brat. Um, Getting
You were
older
Conrad?
and watching, no, I wasn't a rule breaker. Um, Getting older and watching this again and again due to my siblings, it it it's the opposite of growing on me. It was
It deteriorated on
it deteriorated.
you.
It kept getting worse for me. And watching it again for the pod, I haven't seen this movie in a very long time, and I think it's still deteriorated after this watch.
Scathing remarks. Um,
Almost unbelievable. How
uh,
could this film erode?
Coming from you, I don't know.
we shall certainly see. But I guess we should jump from that to our facts that I know you guys might have spent some time collecting.
Yeah, I'll shoot one out real quick. The budget. Uh, very exciting topic. It was a $109 million budget, so uh, a decent amount for 2003, especially for a children's film in air quotes, children's film, and grossed
50 cents of air
100
quotes, yeah.
yeah 133.9 million. So probably lost money if you put marketing and stuff into it.
You get pretty close, maybe.
uh, Spriggs, you want to jump in there with any facts? Have you got them?
Oh, I got tons. Initial release date was November 21st, 2003. Which I can tell you came out the same day as Gothica, whereas the previous week, November 14th, premiered Master and Commander: The Far Side of the World and Looney Tunes Back in Action, and the following week, November 26th, had The Haunted Mansion and Bad Santa. So all 6 of those films could have been in theaters.
What a
Wow,
time to have been alive. What a time to have want to go to the theaters, It's
stacked lineup.
a hell of a lineup.
Film has a runtime of an hour and 22 minutes, rated PG. Genre is family comedy. It is directed by Bo Welch, and this is his only one credited directorial film he has done, but he has done 5 episodes of Series of Unfortunate Events, 2 episodes of The Tick, and he was the production designer for Edward Scissorhands and Men in Black.
All right, so he's been around.
Was it Tick animated or live action?
Live action with Patrick Warburton.
Live the Patrick Warburton.
And then a couple facts I have. I recognized the composer by the pieces that were played, which was David Newman, who has done pieces such as what we've covered in the pot. He did The Sandlot. He has done Scooby-Doo and Scooby-Doo Monsters Unleashed, Matilda, Anastasia, Galaxy Quest, Ice Age, the Flintstones movie, and everyone's favorite, The Spy Next Door.
I recognize one of those. I think off the top of
What?
my head.
One?
No. I mean, like I can recall the score
music.
Oh, okay.
accurately of one.
It's still.
To me, it was very. To me, the kind of like background song in this film sounded a lot like the Flintstones background song.
I can't picture the Flintstones.
But then again, I watched the Flintstones movie more than I
I've seen it
watched this
once.
as a kid. So, next fact I have, which, God, what a movie it would have been. Tim Allen was originally cast in the title role, but was too busy filming the Santa Claus 2, so the role went to
Thank
Mike
goodness.
Myers.
Thank goodness.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very different movie.
I'm kind of in agreement with that. I think this movie would have been worse with Tim Allen.
I
Then
think.
again, maybe I still haven't forgiven him for what he did for me on Christmas in the Cranks. You know?
Ooh, I
I
was
mean,
gonna say,
he's got toy Santa energy. Maybe he could
yeah.
pull off Cat in the Hat.
Can you? Would this have affected Toy Santa if you took this movie? I don't know.
It's like, would he have been more whimsical or more
Well, I don't know.
like I just can't see Tim Allen pulling off like the chaotic but good natured positive energy. He is kind of more of like a
Toy Santa.
yeah, he's more of like a sarcastic, annoyed person. And that's kind of like his, you know,
Yeah.
But
and
we missed the
kind of
opportunity of him in a cat suit. Unfortunate.
Well, that's true.
well, Photoshop. All I'm gonna
I think
say.
the world. I think the world is
AI.
better for it. Okay.
Yeah.
And I have one last fact, which is a lengthier one, but it shocked me. Mike Myers was legally obligated to star in this film. In 1998, Myers signed a 2-picture deal with Universal and Imagine Entertainment to write and star in a big screen adaptation of his Dieter character from SNL titled Sprockets. Meyer was to be paid $21.5 million for his efforts, where $1.5 million for the script, which was already paid, but ended up returning $20 million for his acting. He was originally going to be paid $10 million, but the success of Austin Powers' The Spy Who Shagged Me in '99, however, hiked up the comic salary. In June 2000, during pre-production, the writer-actor announced that he wasn't happy with the script and refused to move forward as he simply needed 2 more months writing time. He already wrote 14 drafts of the film over 2 years. But Universal, banking on Sprockets as its summer 2001 tentpole, and producer Imagine Entertainment saw it as a breach of contract. Universal filed for $3.8 million to recoup production costs. The Imagine suit demanded $30 million and called Myers egomaniacal,
Maniacal.
thank you, irresponsible, and selfish. Myers countersued for $20 million for fraud, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and defamation, also stating that he had been emotionally traumatized by the studio's thug-like, outrageous, and reckless conduct. Representatives from DreamWorks ultimately helped negotiate an out-of-court settlement between Myers, Universal, and Imagine, with Myers agreeing to do a film for Universal and Imagine in place of Sprockets. This is that film.
Well, I think this would be more iconic and lasting than Sprocket.
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
talk-
Sprockets is funny, but doesn't really have a lot of legs.
uh, and I have one last fact with me here. The dog that's in the doghouse that Nevins is with in
Yes.
the yard. That is
Frank.
the same dog from Men in Black,
Oh,
and it's also got the same name as the dog in Men in Black, being Frank.
that's funny. I did not put that together, but it's been a while since I've seen Men in Black. So
Good
it's
theory
cool.
confirmed. Cat's an alien.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Not quite, based off some stuff I found paying attention to the film this time.
Paying attention this time?
I know, it's crazy. Instead of just enjoying it, actually breaking it down.
Do you have any facts you want to throw on Sinister, or shall we get started?
No, I think they pretty much oh, I do have one. Mike Myers insisted while on production to have an assistant carry around a Tupperware container full of chocolate, and so when he was ever wanting chocolate, they would hand it to him on set.
I did see that one
Okay,
looking for facts.
egomaniacal. All right, I'm starting
Yeah.
to see it.
You know,
Not quite the Downey Village level of egomaniacal, but I don't really consider that
Well,
egomaniacal.
I
the
mean,
Downey
it's kinda
Village was inviting.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
It
me and my
wasn't. It
chocolate.
wasn't. It wasn't exclusive. You were always invited.
And
All right.
again, took
Well,
these off the internet. Grain of salt. How matter they're true or false. We weren't there on set when the movie was made.
all right. Well, today we are doing a 5-act structure for an hour and 20-minute movie, but I figure we can popcorn around in the act. Don't feel restricted to go in a linear order because there is a. I'm sure the sides in this argument have questions for me, and I have questions of my own as well. So, without further ado, why don't we have Spriggs, why don't you start?
Sweet. Let's see. City of Anville. I didn't know if that had any connections to an actual anvil. Is there a
Like,
reason for it to be called that, or is that just a Dr. Seuss funny name?
Uh,
I didn't know
Is
if
Anvil a funny name?
no,
I
just
mean,
like an item.
when I hear the word anvil, I think of blacksmith. Like
Yes.
hammer and anvil.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
So
going
I
with.
don't.
That kind of anvil. Is that purposeful?
I think it's like a
I
joke.
mean,
Well, because like there's like Whoville and all like Villes. There's a lot of Villes, so probably they were like, well, instead of like making up a word for whatever the town is or whatever, what if it's just like a funny like
Just a pun.
double, yeah, Anvil.
it could be
It wouldn't.
fun. It could be a nod to like classic cartoons where like anvils dropped on characters and stuff. Um,
Yeah.
Okay.
It's true. I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be opposed to that. But I think the name they wanted was the Ville at the end. If I were just to guess, but
Yeah.
Anvil is definitely more of a homage to like the classic cartoon stuff. Uh,
If there was any significance to it, which we're not 100% sure, but that's
Okay. I
what
was just
would.
curious on that.
That's what I would imagine. Yeah.
uh, I'll go next. I actually really quite like the narrator. And I think that's just because it's very much helps kind of ease you into the storybook kind of feeling this is they intend parts of this film to have. um,
Yeah.
so I did like the narrator quite a bit. It's very soothing voice. It's very simple, but I think I liked it because of its simplicity. It was very much once crazier things start happening. I think the narrator very much served as a like a kind of a tone reset.
yeah, I mean, you're getting like the Dr. Seuss rhymes. You were setting up this town, and kind of Sally and Conrad. Not too much with the narrator here, but a little bit at the beginning
Yeah.
of them.
I think some of the narration is stretching poetic lines to fit the rhymes, but other than
Well, yeah,
that,
that's Dr. Seuss.
yeah, but yeah,
He
I'm
made
in
up
agreement.
words to rhyme.
Yeah, exactly. It
That's
definitely
so
has a
shit.
feeling of whimsy, or I suppose.
Turpentine.
Yeah.
Open time.
I forgot to mention during my history that I did read the Cat in the Hat book
Oh.
before, like last night. I read it last night.
I guess we should show of hands. Who's read the Cat in the Hat book?
Yeah,
That
that's
would
great
be
on
me.
audio.
I know that's a joke, but I have.
Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Uh,
Ryder, did you know that it existed? The book existed.
yes, I know there's a bunch of at least the character Cat in the Hat in books related to him, but I don't know if I read Cat in the Hat book specifically. I've read a few of the other children's stories though.
Like Lorax, Sneeches.
I read
Uh,
Green Eggs and Ham is the main one I remember.
Okay, that's fair.
Gordon,
That's
here's
standard.
something.
Turtle the Turtle. The
Gordon, here's
Grinch.
a
Critics
what?
Hero what?
Critics Hero. What? Yeah.
Uh, yeah.
Let's
I
go
mean
back in there.
this. I mean, with the exception of there being no, portal or uh anything, it's pretty close, I think. And there's no Lawrence. Sorry, Larry.
No, Larry.
Yes.
Please denote him.
No.
There's no Larry in the original book.
No. I mean, you don't even really see the mom. You just see her arm and leg.
Yeah, it's kind of like Peanuts or whatever, like the wah, 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 wah
Let's
kind
go.
of thing.
What's the secretary of Townsville to the mayor?
Cerebellum.
Is that who it is? Sarah Bell?
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like, oh, Dexter.
Cerebellum.
That's the other one. Dexter's Laboratory. Like you don't see their heads,
You
right?
Oh
do.
yeah.
No,
You
you're
Well,
do.
right.
you don't
I'm
see it for
confused.
most of the time. A lot of the time,
No, you do
like
see.
it cuts beneath the heads.
You do
You
see
do
Dexter's
eventually see them,
parents.
though, I think.
Thinking of
Huh.
something. Was it Cow Chicken? There's something where you don't see the
Yeah,
heads.
cow and chicken. You don't. Well, I mean, there's also like just classic like
I know Roger Rabbit. You don't.
Tom and Jerry. You
Jerry,
don't see
okay.
their heads.
Oh,
It's like
yeah.
the
Tom and
yeah.
that's
That's
that.
that's a thing.
Hey, did anyone catch the Incredible Hulk reference?
No.
No, I don't know why it's there or a connection made. I don't know if like some set designer or something connection, but the hand sanitizer box that gets put down to go into Humber Flubes is from the Incredible Bulk company.
Okay.
That's kind of funny.
That's better than like a Smart rip, or something. I think I like the Incredible Bulk more.
I
I
mean,
got
the
a
Incredible
question.
Bulk is his own superhero.
He's the bulk.
It
He's
could be
bulks up really
interesting, but
big. Doesn't really have the. He doesn't really have much. He needs to do more cardio.
I got a quick question for you, Springs.
Yes.
Given the intense uh, dislike
Feelings.
that the intense feelings you have towards this film, I'm surprised given how much green there is.
I mean, yes,
That's
it's
true.
very green. There's also a lot of other colors, but
It's mostly predominantly green inside of buildings and stuff like that.
yeah,
Yeah. And your favorite
Yeah.
character, Mr. Humberflube, is like the Green Man.
that's putting words in my mouth. But um, let's see. As a 6-year-old, yeah, my favorite color in a movie, dude, all about it. At the age I'm currently at, it's there, and there's a lot of it. It's a different and creative approach than the Matrix use of green in a film. I'll use that.
I'm sorry. Cribs just posted the Incredible Bulk GIF in
Maybe we can put
the
it on the
chat.
Instagram.
Yeah.
Everyone can see it.
That
uh,
that'll be sure.
can you put gifs on Instagram? I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I
It'll
think
go
you
to
can.
socials.
We'll
It'll
just
go somewhere.
something will happen with it.
I'll bring up a point here. Kate's Catering, where Kate just vanishes. Kate's just at the
That's a
door, walks
That's
in,
Clint
and poof,
Howard.
Yeah, that's
gone.
Ron Howard's brother.
That's the tree hugger in Arrested Development.
Yeah, the tree
No, I
hugger.
was gonna say that's the mayor's right hand guy in The Grinch.
That's the guy
That's
from
true.
Austin Powers who sees like the wiener on the monitors or whatever.
Writer,
Oh,
No,
writer, did you
Johnson.
recognize Clint Howard?
the delivery guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Kate.
I did, yes. But
Yeah.
I that started a trend for me, and I thought everybody that was going to come to the door was going to be a cameo for for a
That would have been
while.
good. That would have
Oh,
been
like
pretty
Batman
good.
'66, the window gag.
Yeah.
Kinda, yeah.
So yeah, I don't really know what happened to Kate. Kate just disappeared. Entered
Well,
the
it was also
house. We never saw Kate leave the house. So Kate could
Kate
have been there the whole
is
time.
the cat.
Could be.
oh,
The outfit could be in the box he brought in.
you
That's
know what?
there's a really good question not in this act that I have to ask about that.
All right.
You can skip around.
Guess we'll remember to get to that.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll get to
Oh, we'll get it. We'll get
that. I know a quote that gets said a lot amongst us is attention everyone, it's 9:02 staff meeting.
Staff meeting.
I don't know.
Staff meeting.
I don't really know the context of reasoning we say that. It's just like a time. Like, what time is this thing at? And that's the answer.
It doesn't even have to have a reason. It just comes up. It's
Yeah.
such a
902
good
staff
line.
meeting.
Or whenever someone says meeting, it's like a trigger. Staff
Yeah.
meeting. But
Just
yeah,
happened to be
pops up a
902.
lot. Fired comes up constantly.
You're fired, fired, fired.
You're fired. Yeah.
I like it. I like it that he makes the echo himself. I
Yeah.
think if I'm remembering that correctly.
Yeah, and Susie's flashback,
And the fired, fired, fired.
which will cover
Yeah,
that act
that's
is.
something.
They
I'm
really like doing like the they like rolling at the end, like stuck up and fired,
Should they enunciate
like
the end?
popping, yeah, like enunciating it. Yeah,
Emphasize it.
Oh, that's one of
hmm
the facts I didn't write down because it's small. But one of the inspirations for Mike Myers' as the cat was of the Cowardly Lion, like mannerisms
I
off
could
of
see
that.
it.
Yeah, he's got kind of like the put him up, put him up.
I'm
Yeah.
glad I checked that. Was it Bo?
Or
I forget.
Welch.
Bo Welch was production designer of Edward Scissorhands, because I think the town, it reminded me of that, of how something so vibrant and colorful and everyone's happy-go-lucky in a world, and it
Mhm.
just seemed reminiscent to that for me, and there is a connection there.
He also did Beetlejuice.
Oh, well, that town is very bland.
Well, yeah, I was saying he did a bunch of Tim Burton stuff, which is kind of once you kind of get it's like, oh yeah, it's like Tim Burton, but if Tim Burton wasn't creepy, his movies, not him personally.
That's funny. Um, we kind of meet our two siblings, or the two kids, doing basically doing things that are supposed to be like epitome of their character. We have Sally, who's very meticulous, and she's making a to-do list for her day and
Yeah.
reminding herself to make a to-do list for tomorrow. And then we have
Tomorrow's
Conrad,
to-do list.
who's wrecking the house in order to have fun,
Needlessly.
Yeah,
needlessly,
Yeah, indoor
yeah.
stair reach.
carelessly, and needlessly wrecking the house.
Could just open a drawer to get the bread or whatever he was going for. He had to rip it out,
Yes,
dump it on the floor.
we just start.
Savage.
We're going now.
Now, I didn't double check. Is it a fact that they're siblings in real life? The
I
two
didn't see
actors?
anything on that.
I didn't see
I
anything about
I know Dakota Fanning, but I don't really know anything about Conrad other than he was a child actor that was in everything.
He's in Zoom.
Yeah.
I just can't remember. I should have double checked, but I thought they may be siblings.
Spencer Breslin and Dakota Fanning.
They got different names. I wouldn't know. I didn't look into that.
Yeah, I didn't really look into the actors.
Didn't come. But you're right, writer. They did establish their core traits, which is kind of important for the lessons they learn going forward.
Yes. Um, I was a little put off by, I guess, Conrad carelessly wrecking the house, but I think it works for, I guess, the thematic story they want to tell.
I think it's good that it's kind of over the top. I think
Well,
if
I
it
mean,
was
it
kind of
fits the tone, I
yeah,
guess, the film that it's over. That everything's kind of a little bit over the top.
yeah,
And he kind of stays consistent with it. So it's not like just one random outburst and he's the trouble child. He's
Yeah,
always the trouble
if
child.
yeah, I would have a lot more issues with it. Obviously, if going forward he wasn't the one of the main trouble. Yeah,
speakers.
I can talk today. Um, yeah,
Filmmaker.
he causes problems going forward as well with that same instinctual, like, no care about everything else. Just he's completely an id, if that makes sense.
Mm.
I
He
mean,
lets the
his lack
id.
of care is pretty crazy because he was just gonna slam into the door. If mom didn't show up right then to open it for him to go outside, he would have just slammed into the door.
I think
Yeah,
he was intending to slam the door with the fucking popcorn armor he was wearing.
yeah.
And then
And the
obviously he didn't
bread
slam
in
in
his
the door,
pants.
but he still went out and slammed it into the car.
I don't think anyone's stating that Conrad's a smart guy.
I mean, he
Yeah,
figured out
no.
the whole thing.
It's true.
I
That
Where'd you get so
correct me
smart?
correct me if I'm wrong. Um, I don't know the angle of the staircase would send Conrad out the door. I think it
No,
would
I
have
think it
sent
would
him
go to
into
the
the
living
wall.
room.
Yeah. No, no, he
It
would have.
does
He
curve a
would.
bit, right? Yeah.
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 I don't think he would have ended up in the living room, but I think he would have ended up somewhere between the door
Like
and the
in the
living room.
walkway pillar, the
Yeah, I think.
divider of the room.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think that's where he would have flown.
I would agree if it was a
I
straight-on
agree.
staircase pointing that direction. The fact that the staircase turns, I think wouldn't the
Uh,
what's the like when you're in a race car and you're turning at
There,
the end
yeah.
it's not,
track, that
It doesn't
the
curve enough for him
G's,
to end up
but
in the living room, at least as far as I understand.
and that would work more if he's along the wall or the railing then he'd get the continued momentum, but
to
he's
go
not
into
hugging.
the yeah.
Yeah, it's making me
Yeah,
think
if
it's
he
going to curve drastically into the room, but
yeah.
that's it
I mean,
won't
with
happen.
yeah, but if like if it's kind of like go like if gravity is pushing him in a certain, it's gonna lean no matter what. Even if it wasn't super directional, it's gonna, the force is
Yeah.
gonna kind of push it that
The,
way.
the base the base of this is he's not making it out the door with the way the
No,
staircase is angled.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
but I think aesthetically for the set design, it needs to be like a spirally staircase. I don't think a straight head on would have worked that well. Well,
As
I do
opposed to
like
the house being curved, yeah.
yeah,
I do like the whimsy of the curved staircase. Um, I'm just pointing out that
no,
for
no, no, yeah,
now, since we are adhering to physics as we understand them, it's just
While they still work in this movie.
yeah. While they still work, I'm just pointing out the one of the flaws that that is there about it.
I'll point out a transition I think is a good use of a transition did not have a finalization to me as being as good as it could have been, which was at the real estate Humberflubes when Joanne has to go home and it goes to the
no,
picture of the neighborhood and the camera zooms into it and then cut to the neighborhood. I thought that was a good
Mm.
transitional use. However, it's very apparent in the editing of when that cut's made. I think it could have
Yeah.
been. It would have flowed way smoother if it was smooth.
I mean, I wouldn't say it was very obvious, but it's not perfect. Yeah.
We kind of mentioned the germaphobe CBO, or the
Mr. Humberfleet.
Humberflube, right? That's his name, right?
Oh yeah.
Humberflube.
Yeah.
yeah,
Uh, very quirky character to introduce the mother through for Sally and Conrad, and also I think illustrates the whimsy of the town.
yeah.
Yeah, every character's extra.
If
Yeah,
every
when
character's
we
extra and Joanne's normal, Joanne's just as extra as everyone else.
Yeah,
when
Well, it
me
really
and
shows
Crimson
how
we
normal she
watched it.
is in
But if there's
comparison
one
to
normal
everybody
person
else.
in a world full of wackos, then that one normal person fits in as another wacko.
To them, I
To
suppose.
them.
Well, I think to
Well,
Larry, he's totally fine. Humberflube's totally
I think
good.
Larry is a different kind of extra. Uh, no, when me and Crimson were, because we watched one, he- Crimson's watched this probably twice in the last 2 days, or the last
A
20,
day.
48 hours.
Yeah, 24 hours.
But we watched one of those together, and I was like, "How long do you think Humberflube would actually last in an actual business environment, and of like just randomly firing people for shaking his hand because he's a germaphobe?"
Wouldn't
I
last
was
very
like,
long.
"Yeah, it would not last very long." Like,
Especially in his
wait, you
line as
hired an over?
business.
Wrongful
Yeah,
termination suit.
I
yeah,
don't think he would have made it to the top to be CEO. I think the board would
yeah.
have voted him out by then.
It's got to be through his parents, right? His dad is like
Oh
higher up or
yeah,
something, and
Oh,
he was just like,
inheriting it, maybe
yeah.
that could be how he
yeah.
would
Could
get in.
be.
Because
He
like
definitely
real
doesn't do the
estate,
interviewing.
I feel like real estate. Every time you get a house sold or something, there's always the handshake. Always like, all right, let's go sign the papers.
I don't know. That's always the weird, like that. There's some like there's the real estate agent, but they're not. They don't necessarily always own like the real estate company that they work for. So you could have a
Well,
real
there's
estate
the
comp.
agency and then the agent.
Yeah. So you have like somebody who just hires the. Yeah, it's kind of weird when you start to
One
think
that
about it.
coordinates everyone.
Yeah.
The one who sets up the bi-monthly meet and greets at employees' houses.
Yeah. With the
Yeah.
cookies.
Did anyone else
Uh,
catch when Larry? I noticed it when Larry leaves the first time after talking to Joan that the front door is so huge in the one shot, and I never really noticed it at all for the rest of the film.
Are you saying it changed sizes, or
I don't
you
know
just didn't?
you're saying it's really
I'm pretty sure it
large.
doesn't.
because I
Pretty
think
sure it doesn't change size.
they never really have a full shot of it with someone, and that's the only shot that has it like that. Everything else is kind of like cut to the character's height to open the door, and not the door's height.
Well, it's probably some sort of establishing thing, like make him seem really big and important, and then as it goes along.
Well, when Joan's listing the rules of the house, no stepping in the living room, the door's behind her for comparison too. If that's what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just something about that shot that's just
Well, then we
He
got Cat
leaves.
and the kids standing in front of it when the mother of all messes over there.
yeah. But again, it's the
I,
lineup of the character. So like the cat, it goes up to his head. It doesn't go to the top of the door frame.
I mean, there's two sconces by the door, right? I didn't see if the characters' heights were consistent to the door and the sconces.
Yeah, that's just a detail I didn't double check or anything. It just that one
Uh,
area of when Larry's leaving, he looks small to the door, and the door looks huge.
I don't know. He's about on par with Joan. She's wearing heels.
So I don't know, just looked weird.
After getting jump scared by Alec Baldwin, uh, like I said, I didn't. Another person I did not expect to be in this film at all. Um, uh, I like the reference to the military school that he wants to ship Conrad off to. This is a
It's a
very
very
deep. It's a very deep cut reference. Colonel Wilhelm School for Troubled Youth. Uh,
Wilhelm.
yeah, it's a well. There's that, but it's a reference to the 1960s sitcom where Colonel Wilhelm is a fictional Luftwaffe officer who is a bumbling idiot, and I just find it funny that they named a school after someone who's a bumbling idiot. is
You
is
know,
it's from
Fits in this
yeah,
world.
so yeah, deep cut reference for that one.
Yeah,
they
is it
know their stuff.
criminal to have a Wilhelm mention without actually using Wilhelm scream?
No,
no.
No, I think it's
it's
actually
just
better
seeing
if
this is
they,
just a name. I'm gonna go with no.
yeah, if they'd actually used it, it wouldn't be funny.
Well,
I think.
yeah, uh,
I
what
mean,
I
would
don't
it
you can
know.
have
time your
been?
Wilhelm
It
screams.
has to. Yeah,
I'm
it's
not saying
depending. Because there's stuff
it's
like
not.
that where a word's used and then a sound effect goes off, right? That
Well, see,
happens.
no, I feel like that's what I'm saying. It wouldn't be funny because it would be set up. If they set it up, it wouldn't be as funny. Like if it has to be just random. Like so, if they have like, oh, we have a Colonel Wilhelm, thing, and then there's like Larry or whatever at some point, like he has like the "Woo!" or whatever, I'm like that wouldn't be as funny as if it was just randomly there.
Okay.
My opinion.
Or him falling
Yeah,
instead of yelling Judas Priest, it just
yeah,
says the well.
yeah.
I don't know. That may have been
Dis-
funnier.
maybe.
I don't.
Despite the introduction to Lawrence Larry, um,
Larry, Larry.
I'm yeah. Despite the introduction to him, I pretty much got immediately that he's supposed to be evil.
Oh,
I
the
was just
someone lose a dog. Ting.
yeah. I got pretty much immediately that he's supposed to be evil, and I was questioning like what was gonna be the twist because everything he was saying is thus far in the opening scene was actually very reasonable considering how much of a wreck Conrad is to the house.
And at what point did you figure it out?
Oh, obviously
What?
when he tore off the
The girl.
cardboard. Yeah,
Okay, so the reveal pretty much.
Oh,
yeah, pretty much.
so you've been
No,
telling
I
Conrad.
knew he was evil. I was just waiting for the
Yeah, what was
reveal.
his
What
MO? What
kind
was
of
his
evil?
modus
Yeah,
operandi?
yeah. I was waiting for what kind of evil, which is when he was sitting in the his chair and we found out all of his TV's getting repoed. But that's a couple acts
That's
from
later.
now.
I'll bring up a line that I think is poorly written, uh, and it's the "I wish I had a different mom."
Oh, I got that written
And
down.
and she
Why?
Yeah,
responded, "Well,
so do I.
What's
sometimes I wish
wrong
the
with
same."
Joanne's mom? What's with the grandma?
What is wrong with the grandma? Yeah, that wasn't good. I get what they were going for, but they didn't do it right.
They need to earn that,
Well, they
and
just
they
said it
did not.
wrong.
She just needs to say,
She
"I
should have
need
just said,
a different
"Sometimes I
son."
wish I had a different son." Yeah.
Not me
But the
too.
way she phrased it, she bashed her own mom.
You know what? You know what though? It's written terribly, but because of that, it is funny. Not because like not that it makes it funny. It's just like it's so bad that it's
It's
funny. Like
funny ironically.
yeah, it's ironically funny. That's
Yeah,
if it had actually been like good, it wouldn't have been funny.
yeah, I'm in agreement. I don't like the line needed to be reworked.
It did.
It wasn't a good line delivery. I don't even think it was built properly to get Conrad to the point of saying, "I wish I had a different mom," because Joan doesn't come across to me as overbearing, other than
Mhm.
wanting to make sure like everything's in order for the party, and that's not
Well,
overbearing enough to prompt this line.
yeah, because I mean, it's basically just like a rehash or like a remix of the whole Home Alone scenario, except in like Home Alone, you can actually kind of like you understand where
They're
I
both
don't
coming
remember.
from.
Well,
Kevin
yeah, well,
McAllister.
I don't. I mean, I always sided with Macaulay Culkin and Home Alone. That family that was really mean, but yeah. I mean,
Yeah. The obviously in the case of Home Alone, you have the whole family being very aggressive towards
yeah,
Kevin.
exactly, yeah.
And then you have, and that kind of builds up to him lumping his mom with them because he's still being punished for being ultimately correct.
Hmm.
And that's why it works in that film, where I don't think it does as well here.
Yeah, because his mom was being pretty reasonable.
All things considered, very reasonable. She didn't even ground him for everything.
She
No, wait,
did
no, he did
Grounded him
ground
almost
him.
for a
lose her
Oh
week.
yeah,
temper. Yeah, she
yeah.
did
1 week,
almost
no
lose her
video
temper, but
games.
understandably so.
I mean, it could just be it's been a long time thing, and it's been building up with him because obviously
Well,
been
yeah,
an issue for a long time. So this 1 week grounding could have just been the last straw for him to say that.
I have a question for all of you. Is Sally a liar? Because Sally complains that she was trying to tell him not to do what he was going to do, but we don't see her do that.
well,
Yes.
she said she tried to tell him. She didn't say she did tell him. I tried to tell him.
Ryder, are you
she she
saying
she fought herself in her mind. Should I say
Yeah.
something?
Ryder for this specific one scene or the entirety of the film?
The build to this specific one scene. I don't think she's a liar overall.
And she lied to Larry about jumping on the bed bit, but
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, but
overall, yeah, she's
yeah.
not
I'm referring to
a
this scene.
liar. She's
Yeah,
just
I
a
wouldn't call her
honest
a
liar.
liar. I have other issues with her character as we go forward, but
Being that she
in
never
this scene, I
followed
was
up
just
on her
asking if
act, I'd say yeah.
Yeah, that she's lying.
Well, yeah, she told her mom and never did it.
Well, I mean, she could have done it before, but we don't see
she
that.
got. I was getting everyone's perspective on it. This is pretty much my thoughts on that.
I say she's doing a classic double talk where technically she said she tried to tell him, which she kind of did, but not that she actually did tell him.
It's true. She didn't say she did say anything.
Yeah.
Taiwanese Parliament.
That,
This
that's a classic.
filibuster.
I was so surprised that they actually showed footage of the
Come on, they're not
the.
gonna set that up and not pay it out, okay?
That's true. What did we think of Quan?
Better
Uh,
than Quan and Halo.
That's exactly what I wrote in my
wow.
notes. Funny enough.
Uh, Me and Crimson joke that her looking through the viewfinder or whatever should be the thumbnail.
The door.
Yeah, the door,
The
like
people.
with their
Like
big
I said.
glasses.
Yeah, I do like um, the fact that Joan is actually clearly conflicted over sending to Conrad to military school. Like it's something she's actually considering, but she doesn't want to do that. If that makes
Mhm.
sense, because she
Yeah.
knows she obviously loves her son and doesn't want to send him away, despite all the problems that he's caused.
Only an 8 mile drive.
8-hour drive.
I said mile, didn't I? Darn
Yes,
You
you did.
did.
it. A metric that we did get in Act 1 is the town that they go to is 3 miles from the house. So that we can judge some timing like that a little bit.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
What
Uh,
is
yeah,
that? How many?
something
What
down
is
there.
this a real
Like,
miles or a fake? Anvil
You know
miles.
what? I don't know what their metric
Don't know.
is for a mile in this world. It could be 10,000 feet in
Yeah,
this instead of
you never
5,000
know.
feet. Yeah.
um, I have a quick question. I think I have one last question before I guess we move on to Act Two, or but I'll turn this over to you guys as well
Mm.
before then. Did a bird just die when the storm was rolling in?
A butterfly.
Butterfly
That
did.
was a butterfly.
Butterfly,
Okay,
yeah,
Yeah,
just straight up just got wasted by the storm.
yeah.
got murked.
Yeah. Okay. Just I thought it was funny.
We did.
Timing, timing
Yeah.
is smart. All right. Does anyone else have any closing thoughts for the first act?
Absolutely. So the Taiwanese parliament, the punching sound effects don't match. They're just randomly
Well, that's part of the
edited.
fun of it.
That's the goofiness of it.
Yeah.
The butterfly being hit, it gives off an audible noise. Is the
Yes.
butterfly the first instance of magical creature, or is it the rain that's caused it because the cat can control weather?
Well,
The
hold
cat
on.
can indeed control the weather. I did write that.
Wait,
What are you about
because
to
it
say?
makes a sound, it's magical?
It's an animal
Well,
that
it
gives a
screamed.
noise. Yeah, it gets hit by the
It
rain and
screamed in
screams.
agony, I guess.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying like it made like a plop sound or something. I was like, well, I don't think you have to be hit by something to make a sound to be magical.
No, it screamed in agony
Yeah,
as it
yeah.
died.
It's like
It could be the foreshadowing that magic is not happening because they pretty much as soon as that happens, the narrator's talking about the storm, and then the noise comes from upstairs.
Noise,
Yeah,
noise.
and that's where it differs from the book because he walks in through the front door in the book.
Not this cat in the hat. This cat in the
No,
hat
that's
is
he
he's in.
sneaked upstairs.
He came in Kate's bakery.
I don't know
Come
how he
on.
got up there. I mean, it is a theory. I'm not going to deny
The
that.
cat can teleport. It's listed as one of his abilities.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get into his powers,
Yeah.
his abilities.
The last thing I
But
had was the introduction of Conrad is with the cat feet.
Those are bare
Yes,
feet.
Those are bare.
but like the idea of like an animal feet was
Yeah.
I knew immediately it was quote unquote a fake out or a red herring, but it was still amusing.
I've always read them as like bare feet or something. Not
It
like
could be,
It
yeah.
could be
not like he's
both.
not wearing shoes, like the actual animal bear,
it's Ursus.
but it could be a fake out.
I mean, it's certainly a fake out, but yes, I've always seen them as bare feet. But I know the intention is it's the cat there.
He's got black feet.
And more on the Conrad just being a terrible kid is just flicking the fish bowl because everyone knows you're not
Yeah.
supposed to do that, and he does it anyways.
He's just he's just a
rule
special
breaker.
kid, okay?
He's a
He's a
bedwetter.
hey,
Tap it.
we're not there yet.
All right, we ready for Act Two?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, moving right on to Act Two. Crimson, why don't you start?
Yeah, this is
Uh,
really important.
I, can I throw in something we can do each act?
Yeah, what do you
Oh,
want
Go
to do?
on.
It's episode 100. Go wild.
Can we say our favorite joke each act that we do?
Oh,
Sure.
fuck. Okay.
What
Sure.
was your favorite joke in Act One? Because there's jokes every second,
No.
blatant with jokes.
Skimming my notes. Skimming my notes. It's not a joke, but legitimately, I think I just enjoyed Alec Baldwin suddenly appearing. That was probably my favorite joke because it made me laugh because I had no idea what he was doing here.
Rather than using the word joke, can we go with what we just found was the funniest thing?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. It's the same
and
either way though.
You're gonna construe it in a way that I don't want.
Like you can count a joke.
You're gonna be. I
Well, you're
really
saying
found it
joke,
funny
so
that flower in the corner was
well the
facing
thing is
straight
you're
and
saying
not
joke, so it
curved.
has to be an audible line. That
Well, if
would
it's
It
an
has to be
audible
something
line,
that they
Something
intended to
intended as
actually be fun.
humor.
Yeah.
Yes. Uh, yeah, that. And for me, it'd probably be Taiwanese Parliament or the constitutional monarchy that Sally was saying to Princess.
I'm I mean, I feel like the Humberflube is probably like the big one, but I'm gonna go with Taiwanese Parliament because it's just so left field.
It's very left field.
Prince.
sound like a broken record if I also said Taiwanese Parliament. But I
I
think
You
mean,
can say it.
if
I
that's
think
what
You
you
that's
can
the
thought
say
was
you
answer.
can say
funniest,
Humberflube. I know you like that too.
No,
Okay,
be true to
most quoted
yourself.
thing
I'm
didn't
gonna
like.
go
Okay.
with the Taiwanese Parliament as being stated that that's what they're gonna watch, not actually like showing it and the things with it.
Yeah. My pick is also Taiwanese Parliament. And I think constitutional monarchy
You
though is.
broken record.
Yeah, I know. The constitutional monarchy though is probably also my second choice. Good stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot in this one, but I feel like the standout stuff is kind of that.
It's funny. My hero joke is so clear for the next act. Like I don't have
I
any
mean, it
like
is.
competition for it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it gets like first 15 minutes. There's not that much in comparison to like the other hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah. Funny enough, when the cat arrives,
Yeah, is when really everything starts.
well, Crimson,
So
still
yes,
your point.
I am
Mm.
starting. Yes, I suppose I'll jump to something I never paused to read except for the podcast, and that was the spade and neuter document. Did any of you read that?
No.
No,
No.
you tried to get me to do it, but I don't think
It
we.
it tells so much lore with Cat in the Hat. It's awesome. He was born May 25th, 1963. He got spayed in 2002, so that gives us kind of a time frame and his age. Uh, and the certificate was from Anville Animal Hospital, which kind of implies he's a resident.
Also, his species
And
is
he's 5'8",
feline? Question mark.
male. He was born with the hat and the gloves and the the tie of the description. So
He was born with those?
that's what
Yeah,
it looked
because
like on the document. So
descriptive markings: 5'8", tall, white gloves, red and white striped hat.
so it's an interesting creature that's documented with the animal hospital.
With records. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Fascinating.
I can
Also,
say
The gloves never get removed. The hat can come off, but the only time we see the tie moved is when Sally pulls it. So was that elastic like an intestine or something?
Yeah, who knows what that cat
well, they
is
they
even.
only say the white gloves, red and white striped hat are the distinctive marking. They don't say anything about the bow tie.
Okay.
Also, the contract actually is like written on the page where the spade and neuters. All the stuff. There's the cat
Legalese.
receives the right to accept or reject any of all bids, proposals, or
They put in detail in this movie
yeah.
everywhere.
You saying
This
the
is like
vet,
Wes Anderson.
the vet making him a resident, I guess takes away one of my problems.
Can we talk about the problem, or is that something that's brought up later?
I mean, it's not in this act, but just
If
how
it's canceled now,
it's just how no
I
one
guess you can bring it
cares
up.
that there's a cat walking around except Larry, who calls him a big furry man.
This is like no, because like when they're in the town, like people are like looking at them while they're like doing the plan or whatever to rescue Nevins.
Yeah, but they're just eyeballing. They're just like, big
Well, what
cat.
do you want
Yeah.
them to do? Grab the pitchforks and eat them or something?
I don't
What
know.
do you
Get
want?
scared. Call the authorities.
He's not an ogre, Crimson.
There's a
You can't-
police presence.
Call the police.
Call the
It's just a
police.
cat. The cat guy.
There's a 6 foot tall walking cat
5'8".
with 2 children.
Yeah. This is the Dr. Seuss universe. Who knows what other creatures are in this world? We have no reason to assume a cat man is out of the ordinary.
It also could be Kate.
Could be Kate.
It could be Kate.
Other than the face isn't the same face and it's a different actor.
Well, the
Well,
narrator
maybe
is
it's a
voiced by a
maybe
different
Kate is
person,
a skin
but
suit.
that's Cat.
Well, it's obviously a filter on his mic he used at the end. We're jumping. We jumping
We jumping around.
and around and around.
Oh,
I thought it was funny the fun measuring device that he brings out.
phenometer.
The phonometer said made in the Philippines, and I wrote that down. And that did get answered later because
Not this
I,
Philippines.
yeah, uh, it's I run this by one of my Filipina friends, and they were adamant that like they asked if the device worked, and I said yes, but it's glitchy. She says, yeah, that's accurate.
That's pretty good. Word. Yeah. Well, kind of.
Yeah, you just gotta tap
Um,
it sometimes.
it's, but you can tap it with a hammer. It ain't gonna change.
There's a
Oh no.
detail I found saddening, and I don't know why they didn't do it because they had every chance to do it. When the cat's introduced at the 17-minute mark, he then later says, I've been here for 2 whole minutes. That is a lie. He has not been in the film for 2 whole minutes. It is 6 seconds short.
Uh-oh.
And they could have just buy time, put in another something to make that work.
Time
Well, he
jump.
was rounding up
He-
because you
And
wouldn't
the
say a
whole street
minute.
could be
You're
that's
gonna
rounding
not
mean
up.
too
4 seconds.
bad. I would find it more egregious if it was half a minute off. 6 seconds off is not bad.
Been
No,
here for
but
a
it could
minute
have
and
been
54 seconds.
It could have been perfect.
it could have been perfect. Could have sized up. It should power of his fourth wall break if he even knows the
Well,
runtime of the film.
I mean,
It-
rounding it up would still. You don't need fourth wall breaking to know how much time has passed.
No, I don't. It's not a confusion of a character to round up time of an assumption of when they've been around in the
I
world.
know what you're
And
saying.
he's saying that literally they could have done it.
Yes, you're talking production side. I get it.
Paul Welch
But also
chose
you
not
have.
to do it for what reason? I don't know.
I like how you say they chose not to do it. Like they, because obviously it was purposeful.
Well, maybe the 6 seconds was too much dead air, and they wanted to streamline it.
Yeah. How? What would you fill 6 seconds with? Would it be
Just staring at
yeah.
each other, I disbelief for 6 seconds. Are we actually looking at a cat man right now?
Is this a man or a cat?
What came
He
first,
could
the
have just
cat or the
had
human?
more adverbs in his in what he was saying.
But I feel like at that point you would have complained like, well, that last 6 seconds that doesn't count. They were obviously filling time. Like,
For what comes out, if it was from Conrad or Sally, maybe because the question and answer, then 6 seconds is really short. That feels filler.
They
But
could
if it's
have.
Cat
They also could
talking,
have. I mean, where I probably would put the time is I would probably have put the time with Conrad and Sally when they're running around the house yelling and screaming about the cat that just suddenly appeared.
mm,
I also want to say that the only expectation I had for going into this film was I wanted the Catsuit to look like it was better than Cats the musical, and I think they
succeeded.
succeeded. Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
So
I
that is
think
the
that was a
only
high bar.
expectation I went in with this, and I am really happy they achieved that goal.
I like that they gave him a paunce.
And Franks, if you want to be really particular about this time thing, the thud was him entering the house, so he was in the house for more than 2 minutes. If you're going with that,
Why'd you do that?
Well, that still count. Even in that way, then it's over 2 minutes.
Can't win for losing. Can't win for losing.
That is a good point to make, though, that I didn't consider. I went with the screen showing, not the thud. But the thud would have been over. Because Conrad's whole, like, oh, something got me in the closet, ha ha ha.
I
yeah,
like
and that's a
I
massive
like
problem.
movies that happen in real time. I like a movie that the entire movie is like, over the course of like a 2 hours or in this hour and 21 minutes.
Some movies like that are really good.
Some movies are.
12,
Some movies are
well,
also really boring.
like 12 Angry Men kind of
It
does
all
that.
depends on the material at the end of the day.
Yes, it's always about the material.
But we We gotta talk about the song, the main musical moment.
I'm glad this movie wasn't full of songs
You
I
happy
feel
with
like you
just
would have.
this one?
because they could have done like a whole like child musical movie, but they didn't do that. They did one and done.
No, they did
Nice.
2.
One and done. Nice. Um, what was I gonna say about this one though?
See, I wrote in my notes, I knew Crimson would take the shots. Painful
Take the
injections
Take
of
the
shots
shots.
or a musical
Yeah.
number. And Crimson's like, how many shots?
How many shots?
Whack with the tail. But yeah, this first song I think is his backstory. He's describing his own childhood. He's describing a troublemaking baby cat who got neutered, and we see he got neutered.
And he's spun out fun.
Yes.
There's no fun without you in the middle.
Yeah. And then the fish comes alive.
Yes. What is
Straight-
the
Ugh.
reason of the fish coming alive, but Nevin's not?
My only thing regarding the fish, because the fish is my least favorite part of this film, is the fish talks in the book, and they just wanted to translate it.
The fish is an actual character in the book, and
Yeah.
and in the other Cat in the Hat stories. So
And in
Yeah.
this movie, it's
Yeah.
Humberflube. Because Sean Hayes does both.
He does. What is the
funny.
significance?
I
I
actually
wonder.
wouldn't have guessed the fish would be your least favorite part of the film, Crimson, because he's like the straight man in this story. I figured he would be
He's the
because normally
annoying
you like
straight
those
man, though.
characters.
He's annoying.
Annoying.
I would flush him down the toilet. If I was threatened.
Jesus.
I
The
don't like
second
how
he starts talking.
I don't like how
Uh,
he turned into this giant cartoon fish that's massive. I don't like that he talks out of nowhere. I don't like that he continued to talk after the cat left. It's
dancing with the diver guy.
That's true. Cat
Yeah.
leaves and he's still alive.
Well, he wouldn't die immediately after.
Well, no, but he's still
I
cartoon
know. Yeah,
animated.
he's anthropomorphic or
Because
whatever.
when Conrad's tapping on the glass, it's just a normal goldfish.
Yeah, which I just don't like. Because the introduction to the fish talking was Ken Hat saying, "I know a lot of good tricks," and then we cut to the fish talking. So I guess that's one of his tricks is having animals talk. I don't know.
So he chooses.
I
Because he
mean,
did say he planned
we
out
can
the whole
talk
day.
about his powers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
So he chose not to turn
I think
Nevins.
Cat in the Hat's a god.
Interesting.
Plain and simple. Yeah.
I think he's a demon.
Trans-dimensional demon.
Or a devil in training. Or something like that.
Devil in training.
Well, that's why he has lawyers.
Aren't the lawyers the devils then?
I think, yeah, the
Or
lawyers
demons?
are the devils, and he's either a devil or a demon in
He
training.
does have a fondness for contracts. I'll give him that.
Making the kids sign their souls away. But in a fun way.
Scratch that. Sniff that.
Don't sign there.
I like that Sally opts to take the shots and to try and get out of the musical number. That was very that to me. I had to pause because that one actually made me really laugh.
That's a great one. And then we get a continuity error. She gets hit into the couch, and then they cut to her sitting next to Conrad.
Yep, I also wrote that one down.
There's quite a few continuity errors. In this.
I just
Yeah,
Like,
but
Yeah,
there's a-
they
they
are
move around a
definitely
lot.
throughout the film for sure.
I
It's
heard
honestly
a
surprising there's not
sighing
more.
yes from Spinks.
For
What's
me,
wrong,
I guess I think this is still that act. Let me check real quick.
I'd say 95% of the continuity errors I waved off.
That's not like you.
No, but this world is not
Well, he didn't want
normal.
to stack it against its favor. Okay.
Well, I
He
mean,
didn't
yeah,
want-
there's certainly ones where it's obviously for a joke, or you could assume the cat changed reality to to account for it. But
I
then
mean,
there's just very blatant ones.
yeah, the
Some
one where
good
there's one
ones.
where Alec Baldwin is just completely turned around
Yeah.
when he needs to leave the house because he's getting like
When he's
a
sneezing.
when he's
Yeah.
sneezing, and then we see a shot from the POV of the cat. We see him
Oh, he
facing in the
looks up.
direction
Yeah,
of the cat.
you
Yeah,
would have seen it.
Yeah.
There's that
that
one.
was that to me was the most egregious I think of all the continuity errors.
Before he sits in his
Mm.
chair to take his teeth out, his teeth are already in the cup. The lock from the box goes in Conrad's left pocket, and when he takes it out, it's in his right pocket.
Did you catch that, or did you
I caught
find that
that
in your facts?
because it shows a close up on each, so I got that one.
Hmm.
Then again, the lock is sentient, so it could have moved, but
No, I was the same with the amount of props and set stuff in this, and I mean, it's kind of surprising there's not more like straight. I mean, like straight on like continuity errors that are like accidental.
Yeah, it is at by the way, it is at like 22 minutes exactly, so 5-ish minutes after the cat's properly introduced. Uh, I stopped keeping track of how many times the hat changed.
Yeah.
I started it and then I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do that.
it's a
It's
magic
too
hat.
much now.
I want to know how many hats they made for this.
Uh, yeah.
That'd be
There's
a
a lot.
nice fact.
At least 10.
You ever seen the beginning of The Prestige?
Is that how they made it?
That's the cat.
Where's Tesla?
That's the warehouse.
Oh, let's-
Sinister, you got a point in this act?
I'm a big fan of the couch mechanic.
Funny enough,
Yes, you
I
are.
am not.
Well, too bad.
Yeah, I did have to sit through it, so I guess you technically won out in that one.
Let's take a look under the hood.
That
I
was
think it
Simba.
was that one where it was very apparent to me. I'm like, this isn't technically a movie for kids, you know. There was a lot of hints, but I think that was what kind of pushed it like out of the kids movie
Yeah,
range for me.
That was the other
that
fact
was
I
the
had. Ron Howard thought there were too many adult jokes, that he cut out a lot of adult jokes from the Grinch film, The Grinch Who Stole Christmas, that the writers of that went and used some of them for Cat in the Hat.
Good on them.
interesting.
Yeah, I'm not
Um,
surprised by that, and I have mixed feelings about that, but I'm sure we'll get to that later.
I believe also the use of this film is the widow of Dr. Seuss watched this and said no more adaptations of his work.
well, live action.
Live action, yeah.
Good on her. That's what I'll say.
I mean, we got
Oh.
Grinch. Come on, we can get
That
a
was
good
before
live
it.
action Dr. Seuss. Well, it doesn't matter.
Mattered to her. She allowed to continuation after the Grinch. This is the movie that stopped it. So sorry for those live action. Well, who knows nowadays? But live action Danny DeVito is the Lorax.
Well, I mean, that one didn't really. I talked with Crimson about it. I was like, I mean, honestly, I feel like Dr. Seuss kind of adaptations work better with animation in general because of
Yeah, they're much more suited for that genre in
Yeah.
animation.
So I don't really. I'm not big. I'm not like. Oh yeah, never.
It might be that like Jim Carrey's Grinch is probably the exception to the rule.
Yeah,
For me,
I would say though,
I think it depends
the
on
weird thing
people.
is like she said, no more live action adaptations. But like you could still do an animated adaptation full of adult jokes and stuff. So it's not like the live action immediately lends itself to potty humor or something. I don't,
That's true.
Yeah.
No, I think
it
it's
just so
the
happened
use
that
of.
like
Sorry,
people writing.
I blame the writers for it. It's
I think
Oh,
it's
I'm
the use
sorry,
of
Sprinks was
people
talking over you.
of what makes the difference of live action and cartoon. Because like thinking in my head, like Horton Hears a Who, it's like animals, and seeing that live action, I don't think would translate well.
Yeah.
Could have
Yeah,
like a
also
Lion
Dumbo.
King
Who wasn't that
situation.
great anyways.
The live action Dumbo movie.
I never saw that one.
Oh,
Me either.
you and the rest of the
Nobody did.
world.
Yeah, it was a Disney Plus exclusive one.
um, no, yeah, I like the catch. I will say, in kind of because there's a cameo later in the movie that Crimson wanted me to look into if I could find the information on, and I stumbled upon this. I think it was a New York Times article or something from when this movie came out, and I think it was after it was being put on like TV or whatever. So like broadcasting, it was already out of the theaters.
Mm.
Yeah.
And yeah, the writer was complaining that it was a kids movie not made for kids, and gave all these reasons, to why it was not like a kids movie and everything. And I don't know, I think when I was a kid, most of the stuff went over my head, and honestly, I think the writer was kind of reaching at certain points, trying to find stuff that you could read into as not being suitable. I mean, obviously, some of the points were dead on. I'm not gonna say he wasn't right, but yeah, I mean, I didn't catch most of like the adult stuff probably until like maybe 4 or 5 years after I saw the movie.
Funny enough, I think
I certainly
Ryder can
didn't.
understand what you mean by that.
Oh yeah,
Just recently, Ryder had that same kind of thought rewatching Shrek 3.
True.
Maybe, yeah.
A changed perception from a childhood point of view.
I still don't like Shrek 3 as much as the first two, but it's not as bad as I remember. So there is that.
Well, that was my point I was making. It was just the
yeah.
adult jokes hit more now.
It's true. They
I
do.
don't know. Yeah, I tend to like things that kind of mature with you or grow with you. Like there's another
Yeah,
layer to
yeah.
them.
I see the thing. I mean, I'm gonna compare this to Shrek a lot because Shrek's kind of like
Yeah, yeah,
uh, the king of like being able to mature with your audience as you rewatch the film. Um, I think where what Shrek does better is the jokes are more layered. Funny enough, like onions.
yeah,
In that they have the lowbrow slapstick kind of fart jokes for the kids because that's what kids are gonna laugh and giggle at,
yeah.
and they have all the joke, but the jokes for adults aren't overtly stated all the time. They're kind of left unspoken for the adults to kind of fill in the blank. And I think that works better to the advantage of Shrek, whereas here the adult humor is blatant and it's they essentially state the joke, whatever it
Yeah.
is. Um, and I think that lessens the impact of mixing the two, what's essentially different age groups of humor together. Because a lot of the adult humor is outright said in this film.
Yeah.
And I think that's to this film's detriment in a way in terms of getting down your humor. And I'm not saying the adult jokes are bad, but I'm
No, no,
saying
no.
that it doesn't mesh well with what they're trying to do
Mm.
as well.
Also, something that speaking of perspective changing, something that I think I just caught when I was watching this last. The bread that Larry uses to make his sandwich is the same bread that Conrad put in his pants for protection when he rode down the
I did
stairs.
catch that.
Yeah,
Doesn't he even comment. He's like, "Good bread" or something.
Yeah, he
yeah,
says good bread. Yeah.
good bread.
I I'm curious for Ryder because Ryder, you just pointed out it's more adult themed, especially with the mechanic part. The use of the milk, where he goes lactose intolerant, it'll come back later. Do you think that's too heavily handed for a child of a writing device?
Um,
Like foreshadowing or
Yeah, like,
lactose
oh, it'll
intolerant?
come back later, and then 2 scenes later, he drinks milk and he goes, "Oh, here it is."
no, I don't know if that's necessarily. It's hard to kind of measure that for with regards to kids, and I try to teach kids to be treat them as intelligent even if they're young. There's a difference between. Oh, what did I write down? Let's see. I know I wrote something down for this. I think it's. like there's a difference between treating children like I'm all for treating children as intelligent, but there's a difference between like treating them as intelligent and then expecting maturity, I guess.
Mm.
Um, so I'm the lactose intolerant joke I think is fine because that's very blatant. Like and that one's obviously intended for children. I don't necessarily think it's bad or poorly written. I just think it's okay if that's a kid's joke. Is kind of what I wrote it off as. Like that's set up for them.
Okay. But the payoff of him purposely drinking it, because to me that was just to find a way to end the song number.
I mean,
Yeah.
it definitely could have been. That could have been their intention to end the song number. I don't hate it though, as far as like as a quote unquote kids joke go. Kids joke go, it's definitely on the lower tier end, but I don't think it's outright bad for kids humor.
Okay. For me, the out of world thing of finding a way to end it to move on, that's fine. In world, I think it's completely stupid.
Why?
He told them, "No, I don't want milk. I'm lactose intolerant. You know, it's terrible." And then he has the milk in his hand and on his own
Oh,
doing drinks the milk. It's not like it fell on his face and he licked it up
It's
or
for the
like
fun.
accidental.
He doesn't care if he burps or coughs up hairballs.
Then why didn't he
He's
take
in
the
it for
milk
the
to
fun
begin
of the
with when he was
experience.
asked?
Because he wanted to set it up later. 'Cause, he is a fourth wall breaking character. That's established. I see absolutely zero issue with him drinking it on his own accord later than the initial introduction to milk.
Well,
The only
I
part I
do.
found dumb with it
Harumph.
is him swallowing the toy boat.
Yeah.
I thought that was dumb. Just to throw that in there.
That was just a CGI muscle flexing thing.
yep.
And the toy boat's a reference to the book as well.
Hmm.
He didn't swallow it in the book. But,
You know,
Yeah,
he
but they had to
balanced
put the
it.
budget somewhere. That was $1 million.
I also like that the Funometer is spelled with a PH.
yeah.
Same with the Cupcakeinator. It's with a K.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's all. It's not. Well, because it's not because they're not actually cupcakes.
Oh, I was gonna say that's how they spell it in his world,
No. Well, maybe,
but then the
but
Philippines is
I think
spelled
like
normally. So
I was thinking it like they don't call them milkshakes at McDonald's because they're not actually milk. They just call them shakes. So like cupcakes with a K because they're not technically like real cupcakes or a Funometer.
doesn't actually gauge
yeah,
fun.
maybe.
I don't. That one doesn't really fit for that, but you see what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see what
It's more of
I'll keep.
more of a
To
diagnosis.
save the lawsuit
Yeah,
of this big, he has got lawyers and contracts and clauses. So
there's no, see, that's the thing. They're all off-brand things actually. Like there is a Cupcakeinator spelled with a C, and there is a Funometer spelled with an F, but he doesn't have those, so he has his own
oh, he has
versions.
the Philippine
The off
versions.
brands.
They're just
Yeah.
different enough.
I'll jump to I think one of Sally's biggest character contradictions, and that's the
Mm,
contract. She said she's gonna act out a character or whatever and sign it. I'm like, sure, she can sign it. I totally believe she would read it though.
yeah.
yeah, I think Sally would read it, and I also have an issue with her joning in to jump on the couch as well.
Uh,
I
I have
have
a
some
little bit of issue with it.
mind you, I'm fine with her ending up there. I just think it was very very rushed.
I mean, yeah, this is like an hour and 20
Yeah,
minutes, isn't it?
it's they
Yeah.
have to condense it, but they're trying to give the kids character arcs. It feels
Yeah.
like with this, Sally's character arc is over. She's
Yeah.
loosened up now, even though she's trying to suck up to Lawrence later.
Yeah. I
Um,
think it's different. It's a little bit different. I think it's like, yeah, she is like a control freak and everything. And
yeah,
like she does loosen up. Yeah, by jumping on the couch, she is kind of because she is breaking rules a little bit. I think though, what I think the arc is kind of because she goes kind of from almost like to from one extreme to another extreme, and you have to be just in the right. So like she has to go out of so far out to then go back to get. maybe if there's some way I could fix it for you. I don't know if that really
Yeah, well,
does
I
anything.
obviously the intention is the cat takes everything to absurdity,
Yeah.
so they realize their own mistakes,
Hmm.
and then come back down and
Yes.
be with each other. And mind you, I'm totally fine with that. I just there's
You just wish there was a bit more like
yeah,
pacing
I
for
I
it.
think yeah, I think Conrad's is actually fairly well paced with what little time we've got, though it's not great for him either.
Mm.
I think Sally's at least is I think is the most abysmally paced. That being said, everything is there technically for her. It just needs to be more paced out and
No, yeah.
kind of
I
grow a
mean,
little
yeah.
bit more with her character.
Yeah. I mean, I think Conrad definitely gets kind because he's he's kind of the main one that has an epiphany. Really. Yeah. I feel like they never really give Sally much of an epiphany.
No, I think they do give Sally an epiphany, but it's definitely roundabout. Well, and we'll
Well,
talk
yeah.
about that when we move on because
Yeah.
I do think there's definitely a lot of good Sally moments to come where she's questioning
No,
things.
yeah.
Uh, but to kind of stick on Sally for a little bit longer, I love that the Fundameter labeled her as a serial arsonist. That to me was pretty funny.
I like that that's an option.
The option's completely gone when Conrad's being
Oh
named.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
a
It's
different set of 4
Magic.
for
movie
Yeah,
the other
magic.
one. Yeah, magic.
What is the need?
It's out B.
What's the need for the Matador scene?
To show how
Uh,
funny he is. Right,
I
it's as
think
simple as
that's
that.
okay. That's the film in a nut. Got it. What's the need for this? Why is this here? Because it's funny. Oh, okay.
I didn't say it because it was funny.
Oh, no,
I said to show
I
how
just
fun he was.
summed it. But yeah, okay.
It's a different thing. Um,
yeah. That,
why
unfortunately, I
they
think this is
chose a
kind of a weird movie to look
matador
for a
instead
reason.
of a baseball game, I don't know. If that's what you want, but they chose that.
I think it. Well, I think a matador is a bit more exotic than a baseball guy. I mean, I think kids would understand what a baseball guy is probably more, but
I mean, essentially, I take it for the music aspect. It's simply there for a visual piece to fit with the non-lyrical bridge of the Song of Fun to then go to the next part.
yeah,
Is the Matador scene during the song number?
Yes,
yeah,
it's right in the
it's
middle
like
where
Okay.
they stop
middle.
singing.
Yeah,
Yeah, because for some reason I couldn't remember where it was placed. So
yeah.
Okey-doke.
So I think I don't think I have anything else in this than just we got through most of the.
uh,
Oh,
I
I never realized this before. Just like watching it this time. Well, I always like I knew like Larry was wearing a different outfit and everything. I didn't realize he has like snaps on the side of his like sweatpants.
to keep them tighter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, they're like they're like rodeo pants or something. It's very bizarre.
I think it's a little weird that Larry just came over to steal beer and a
I said the
sandwich.
same thing.
Uh,
So
because
he's
He's
poor.
cheap. Yeah.
no, it makes sense why he would do it. I'm just surprised that no one's caught him doing it because I think Joan would be accusing Connor for drinking beer at this point.
Yeah, she just
He
happens
took
to have like Miller
he
Lite
took an
beer in
entire
there.
six pack.
Yeah,
I mean, he
Yeah.
could also just play it off. But he could totally just say, "Oh yeah, I got some." beer." He's he knows how to word stuff with her until he
Yeah,
starts
no, but
going
then Joan
bonkers.
would be obviously Joan would be accusing Conrad then. That's what I'm saying.
But then Sally could pitch in. But
I
She's
mean,
not at
that
that
could be
point yet.
part of
no.
It could be.
Larry's plan.
It could
Get,
be. It never comes up.
get
Uh,
Conrad
Mind you, I don't have a
stealing.
big issue with it. I just find it
no,
funny that he
Well,
came over to steal beer.
actually, you said it hasn't come up yet. Sally hasn't seen anything menacing out of Larry. It's all been
well,
tailored to
except for the
Conrad.
yeah,
The only thing that's menacing towards her in this act is the suck up
yeah.
bit. Nobody
Well,
likes to
true, but
suck up.
if she sees him stealing, do you think she'd still be on his side of like you're good for my mom, or tell her mom like one bad act?
Well,
I think she
she
would do
does see
that.
him
So
beer, right?
yeah, she sees him taking stuff,
Okay, so yeah.
but she doesn't know why he's doing it or anything.
Yeah, I think Sally's a real innocent until proven guilty, and this is the one act. And it's like, all right, you're being written up.
Yeah, but I'm how hefty, I mean, are we gonna take, like, him taking some bread, making a sandwich, alcohol out of the you know, like, 'cause I mean, if you go to somebody else's I'm not justifying it, I think it's still wrong. I'm just saying, I don't
Well,
know,
I
like, if it's
no,
a
I think
remember
grand
the nature
offense.
of Joan
Sally
and
is so
Larry's
stuck on
relationship.
rules that she wouldn't have the blame go to Conrad if she knows it's not his blame.
If Larry's so comfortable just to walk in and steal food, he's probably done it before, and they could just be that close, Joan and him,
True,
where
but
At
he
we
that
just
but
come
point,
the
over
yeah,
kids
and
we
buys
don't
like I
know if
food.
the
said,
kids caught it.
that's
Huh?
My thing's on Sally. If he's come in and stolen food 6 times and this is his 7th attempt,
It
but
might not be
Sally's only seen the
stealing,
7th.
is what I'm saying.
Yeah, like,
Joan
that
might
she's
be
like,
okay with it.
they
yeah,
might be
like an
used to
open
it.
door.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, they might legitimately be used to Larry coming over, which would be another thing, I
But
think.
he wouldn't be in that attire.
Why wouldn't he be?
He'd be pristine
He
around Joan. So
Yeah,
he's
but
all,
Joan's
Yeah.
so
not
he's
well,
there.
Joan's not
okay. He's
there.
only
She,
stealing when she's
no,
not
no,
around.
no, well, that's again, it might not be stealing. There just might just be an open invitation, like, yeah, come over and take whatever
If you
you
ever
need
need
and
a
want.
beer, come get some.
It might be why she has beer in her fridge specifically for him.
No, I think it's for
Yeah.
the party.
That's definitely true. Could be for the party.
Could be.
Not after so. Could be, could not be.
Uh,
We don't know.
Well, I
Don't
think
know.
if he was in the wrong, Sally would speak up.
I
And she doesn't
can
speak up?
agree.
Yeah, I
We
would agree with
just
that as
don't know
well.
if he's in the wrong.
There's a
In
whole,
terms of their
like,
dynamics, we don't know.
yeah, there's a whole, like, because 'cause they've been dating for a while, so there's a whole dynamic we don't really see or know about, with the exception of, like, their 2 or 3 interactions.
Yeah. There's a point at 24:04 in the film when Kat's juggling all the things in the second part of the fun song, where it's
Mhm.
showing over the shoulder of Kat looking at Conrad and Sally. His head is not the cat's head. It's formed more mannequin-esque or a stunt double, but its form is very oval and does not have the whisker frill points of
Pointy,
the face.
and
Mhm.
yeah,
Do you Yeah.
because it would
I mean,
kind of block the view that they're going for with the shot.
yeah. Do you wanna have your mind blown?
Absolutely.
When the when they're hiding under the bed and they leave and the legs are still there, that's a robotic cat.
Oh, I could believe it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
When he
When
teleports
he's
behind
yeah,
them.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
they
can
use a
believe it.
lot of practical in here. It's good stuff.
Yeah, the fish is also, there's a if, and I know you guys are gonna get this when you do the recap, but the fish in the deleted scenes is like a little puppet thing or something. It's like a little toy fish.
That's funny.
Oh.
Yeah.
Speaking about the
Well, cool.
fish, there's a line the fish says that I
Fish.
don't. It's used as a joke, but I don't like it. And he's being bounced on the umbrella, and he says, "I can't breathe."
Well, like
But he,
anxiety.
but he has, but he has his fishbowl.
But
He's
anxiety.
not literally breathing. It's hyperventilating, stressed, panicking.
Oh,
He's not running out of oxygen from being high up.
Yeah, no, that's more of a
all right.
reference
I
to
didn't take
the
it that way.
hyperventilating anxiety that makes it hard to breathe.
Because that is a very uh, anxious fish,
That's not, yeah, that's not where
An-
fish normally are, up in the air.
anxiety-ridden fish.
He's a very
The
neurotic fish.
reaction is common enough that I don't take an issue with it.
All right, I just read the joke wrong.
It's okay.
Uh,
Uh,
yeah, I'm
there,
running out
sorry.
here outside of the baking show itself.
Uh, Sinister, you brought up a good point when you and I were watching regarding the
Mhm.
couches. You remember
Yeah.
what that was? Tell us about that.
That he does like the adjustment on one couch, but
Oh
then
yeah,
he
then he
jumps over to
moonwalks
the
to
other
the
couch.
other.
Yeah, and it's set up exactly the same.
Yeah, I also wrote that down. That's an issue.
So either
Well,
they were both fine
yeah.
and the mechanic part was just for show, or he just BS'd magic on both of them, and it was still for show.
Well, he didn't actually have to like do any like the mechanic stuff. That was just for fun. That was just a fun little visual thing, and he just magicked the rest of it. Hilarious if true.
That's a good point to make.
Yeah.
What did I? Oh, I had a comparison with Cat in the Hat and Nanny McPhee because
So did
I was
I.
thinking,
Funny enough.
what's the motive? Nanny McPhee is to go to a household in need of her, right? I guess Cat in
And
the
to
Hat's
get
the same
get
way,
get
because why
beautiful
else
for
is
like
he
a
here?
day. Yeah.
Yeah, if you need me, but don't want me, I'll stay. Want me, don't need me, then I must go.
Yeah,
Is Cat the same? Get
I
out, and
guess.
he comes back, and then it's like, oh, we want you to stay. And he goes, no. We even want you to stay. He's like, all right, until the mom comes up. So I don't think that's the same meaning of that way, but something similar.
No, it's not a direct parallel. I was just trying to find reason of why he is with these kids. Because we
Troublemaking
don't get
kids.
anything. He just shows up here.
I don't know.
Well,
They
it's
summoned him. He's a demon.
demon.
He's red and black, and nothing else in this world is red and black.
Which is why Crimson and I don't live there.
No, you're always for like demon stuff, Franks. You did that with Airbud. The grill was on fire.
Oh yeah. The
Um,
dad has devil worshipping.
yeah, because there was
I
fire in
forgot
a
about
grill.
that. Yeah,
Twice. Uh, I don't really go with the cat. And that's a demon or a devil.
I'm
The
leaning
only- the only-
more devil demon over God.
What's the difference?
To me, it's the color scheme fit, the absurdity of randomness that he does to get to the point he's trying to make at the end of the film, and the use of lawyers and contracts.
Boy,
Demon.
are you going to be
Well,
really
that's very
disappointed when the
surface
cat in
level,
the hat is
though.
Jesus?
Like, what is a demon and a devil? Or
That is true. That is
they're
my own
evil.
opinion.
They're bad.
Taking it.
They're bad characters. They're bad people. Bad whatever you want to. That's
Yeah.
what I meant. Ken, that's not a bad guy.
He's chaotic.
He is chaotic, but there's a chaotic good if you're going with the whole D&D tree thing or whatever.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Loki's a
Because
chaotic
he's not
god.
evil. He's not. Yeah, he can just be
He's not
chaotic.
malicious. Yeah.
He does harm children though.
Yeah, he just slap him with the tail.
He slaps him on the tail. He's gonna beat up the pinata boy.
If I were to think of an equivalent for, because the only thing for me that says to me that gives me quote unquote evidence that he might be a demon or that or fact is all the contract stuff, and I don't know if that's enough because
But
everything
yeah,
else that's going on.
that's just where I
Because the
lean. But
contract usually
someone-
benefits the demon or the
someone could
devil, but this
argue-
contract doesn't benefit.
someone
Yeah,
could argue
exactly.
that that's also purpose of an angel could do the same thing. It's not normally in
But-
terms that an angel would do such a thing, but
Yeah. Funny enough, the equivalent that's coming to my mind for what the Cat in the Hat is in this universe is what Tom Bombadil is for the Middle Earth.
Yeah.
oh well.
Mm-hmm.
Which is just a whimsical existence that's almost nonsensical to a degree,
Also,
Mhm.
we don't know if something's in the
and
contract
absurdly,
for the cat. 'cause Sally didn't read it.
powerful.
What about Q from Star Trek?
How about
Yeah,
Io?
Q would be another good example, I think, actually, from Star Trek.
'Cause he's pretty chaotic.
He's chaotic.
Mhm.
He's extremely powerful. Funny enough, he has a lot of similar powers to Cat in the Hat.
Professor
Maybe he's a
Paradox.
Q. Yeah,
Maybe
Q.
he's a variant of Q.
That would be funny. That's something for the Reddit theories for me to post later on.
'Cause I think Cat in the Hat's probably one of the strongest beings we've covered on the podcast.
Yeah. With the exception of like
Like you could
Jobu
argue
Tupaki.
Wanda.
Jobu Tupaki
and-
and
No,
Doctor
Jobu-
Strange.
Cat's got to be
Probably-
more powerful than Wanda.
Yeah, we just don't know his combat capabilities. So we know he's interdimensional. He's got his dimension, this dimension, and then he addresses us, so our dimension. So he can dimension hop, which is pretty
He's a
strong.
very powerful creature. Again, the only thing we're missing, as you said, is the combat capability, which is
Mhm.
Well, what he
uh,
explains in this is the use of his hat. If he gets cut off from his hat, then he's just a cat.
Well, we don't even know if he was serious about that either.
I don't think he wasn't. I think he had his hat the whole time.
yeah.
Well, he did.
I also think
I think that was
had
just a
had
ploy onto Conrad and Sally to figure it out on themselves of their own power and will and whatnot.
Sprinks, you
Lesson
got
there.
it. You figured it out.
Go pirates! That's the theme. Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
I thought you were saying if he doesn't have that, he's nothing. I thought that's what you were saying.
Not nothing. Just I don't
Just
know if
not a
he can
cat.
still pull things out of thin air without his hat.
Whatever hat he has is the hat. I think that was sort of the
That's established. Yeah. Yes.
we also get to see that the cat can uh, be multiple iterations of himself at once.
Mhm.
Like he
Exactly.
shares the shot with other ones during the baking show.
Oh yeah, he can clone. He can
We're not
create.
there
He
yet.
can.
Well, no, well, the baking
I know.
shows in this act. It's the end of it, but it's there.
So something I brought up last time to tackle in this one is the butt crack of the mechanic to show bare skin.
Mhm.
Is that I know in the film that's plastic onto the suit overall and everything, not Mike Myers' actual ass or all that. But for the
Well,
in
no, that was
world,
actually his ass.
is that actually skin and the fur is a suit on him? Because if that's the case, this has a whole new meaning to what's going on in this film. Or is it just a plastic thing over the cat? Or is it not actually the cat and it's one of his just so-called characters?
Legitimately, I think it's just a reference to like the mechanics that always have and electricians that always have their pants hanging
No, I
too low.
get that. I get the joke and the reference of the stereotype to connect to.
Yeah.
But I mean the
Just
actual
saying in
physical
universe,
use
what
in
is it?
universe. Is that actual
What is it?
skin? Like, is that Kate
I mean,
dropping his
cats
pants
have
down to
skin.
joke? Is that if it's Kate?
Uh, okay. I know we've been joking. Okay, it's not Kate. He can change his form, his body. So if he wanted bare skin and then wanted to remove the bare skin and put fur back on, that's his capability. He grows his tail back. He's got the co-host variant with hair. Don't know if it's wig or not. Not confirmed. But he can
Mhm.
definitely manipulate his body just with the whole tail regrowing thing. Uh, and we don't really get it in this, but deleted scenes he does stretch his body and stuff. But
Yeah, that was a cool scene. I
um,
kind of wish they left that in.
Okay, so it's a body manipulation.
It's a
yeah.
body morphing movie.
So yeah,
It's a
he
body
could
horror
certainly
movie.
I don't. This
If you
movie,
saw the scene I'm talking
yeah,
about,
this movie didn't remind me of Men in any way. So kudos on that.
it did remind me of The Thing, but I don't know why. Thank you.
Uh,
Thank you, writer.
The let's see more attention to detail. The cabinets in the back, full of like Anvil oats. They're just blank cans. They're actual in universe products. Nice.
I always like it when that
Yeah.
happens. Yeah, I always appreciate the length of people go to kind of like make back incorporate but the background to help world build and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
that's the cool thing. If your director is a production designer, usually they kind of go the extra mile, making sure stuff is
Yeah, when I got
detailed.
the anything into cupcakes line, uh, my response was what like the phrase into pies, which is a joke that Springs will get, but because that's where my head went. I went really dark with that joke.
Did you get it,
Uh,
Springs?
3 references came to my mind, and none of them match up.
Phrase into pies.
Yeah, the phrase were baked into pies. It's Game of Thrones.
There we go.
Yeah, I wouldn't have gotten it.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I say issue in air quotes, but it can be explained by the cat's powers as he keeps changing spots in the audience. But you
Yeah,
just like,
but
oh, he's
I
teleporting.
rewatching it. Yeah, it was like a gag. It wasn't
Yeah, he can
error.
be teleporting around. I'm kind of okay with that. I was just like accepting new powers as they came up, and then that was that. There are ports where obviously his powers would have been useful, but
And then in this act, we get the flashback scene
Yeah, the
that
fish power.
the fish references. So the fish has fourth wall breaking abilities now, because it knows it's in a movie. And
Eh,
Sally gets a flashback that I guess we have to assume she saw Humberflube fire someone or something.
is
This is a
that
weird flashback.
is that an indication to a fourth wall break?
Addressing, let's look at the flashback. That's a fourth wall.
Let's just look at the playback.
Okay, I thought the fish was talking to Sally, not to the audience, not to us.
Well, yeah, but
Even if it's to
saying,
Sally, it's fourth wall breaking that it's a flashback.
well, I guess you could say no. Well,
I don't
it
call
could
the
go either way, really.
pensieve in Harry Potter looking through memories a
That's
fourth
not a
wall break.
flashback. That's a physical memory.
Well, that's just because they don't say flashback. They say look at the pencil.
That's a physical item. That's not the same thing at all.
How would you feel if they called it a
Reminiscing is
flashback?
different than a flash. We get a visual to go with the flashback. So like,
I
Sally, you should remember what your mom said. It's let's go to the flashback. That's very different.
So
I
to you,
was
it's
just
more
sort of
Emperor's
like,
New Groove Cusco.
yeah, like yeah, that's I mean that's definitively fourth wall breaking. I feel like this is kind of on the line. I can see where Crimson's coming from, and I can also see it just kind of being, because I feel like a lot of it is he's saying, "Let's take a look at the flashback," or whatever he says, or like specifically. Um,
I just don't know if the word flashback references us to fourth wall to audience.
Well, we also get the flashback.
Well, true, but we get to see what Sally's seen.
well, presumably he is showing Sally the flashback, right?
Yes.
So it can work as both then. He's speaking to both
And
Sally and
the power
us,
is
the
neither
audience.
one of them have seen it. The fish
I
just knows of
believe
it.
so. Yes.
yeah, the fish wasn't in that room at that time,
No,
so he
power of the
wouldn't have seen it.
fish.
Power of the fish.
I mean, the Humberflube thing could be from weeks, months ago. It doesn't have to be the firing we
Fired,
just
Oh,
witnessed at the
different
beginning of the movie.
iterations of. Oh, okay. So
That's how I read it.
maybe at one
If
point the
we were
fish
to
was
assume,
there, and that's what the fish remembers. Wow,
yeah, it's
the real power of the memory of a goldfish.
Do we have anything left for this act, gentlemen?
I do not.
Just Cupcakeinator.
Well, no,
Okay.
that's in the baking.
Anything else other than the Cupcakeinator?
Not for me.
Not the baking stuff.
All right, Springs,
No.
you can finish it off with the Cupcakeinator then.
Oh boy, why to me? What am I to do?
Well, you
Yeah,
said that you had.
Uh, nothing. I got nothing on it. I don't know. I feel like
you
we
said you
already
had
talked
something for the
about everything about it.
Cupcakeinator.
Yeah, you said something was fixed with it or something.
Well, you said everyone done with this act. I'm like, the last thing is the Cupcakeinator for the act.
Oh.
I mean, we
Okay.
touched on the
So excited.
cloning of it, and he cuts off his own tail, and they actually
Son
cut
of
the
a-
feed of the movie.
I guess something to bring up in this act is the gag with Quan. It's kind of where we solidify it going forward. How the cat interacts with her. He hangs her up, and the whole "you pay someone to sit on babies, I do it for nothing." Funny
And they
joke.
sit on her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or he sits on her.
Who is this incredibly uncomfortable woman? Funny.
Oh,
It's a good running thing.
oops, I do have something.
Uh-oh.
Sorry.
Better get it out now.
Yeah.
She's a deep sleeper.
Well, no, about the cupcake thing. Oops, sorry. There's a boom mic operator who's not a cat.
Call the union.
I mean, he's got lawyers that aren't cats too. So
Oh, so it's okay. The
I
lawyers
I
hold it
think
to
it's
the
just
mic.
as long as they're connected to the cat, we can assume absurdity. I guess at this point would be the
Yeah,
consistency to go with the cat.
yeah. I mean, I think him. Obviously, I think like him talking to himself basically was just kind of like not because he's on the camera, like not. I think if he had a whole set of people, it would be weirder.
There were eight cats working on this production.
Yeah, yeah,
Well, then you get into like Pirates of the Caribbean, um, David Jones' Locker, Peanuts.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was gonna go
Peanuts.
with like Genie
Oh,
from Aladdin. Like there's tons of genies.
yeah, I don't remember. It's been so
All
long
right.
since I've seen Aladdin.
Well, then I guess we can move on to the next act, which is essentially from the mess that the baking show caused, and the introduction of the things that he intends to bring in to help clean it. And that goes to when the dog has run out of the house, and the cat and the Conrad and Sally have to go after him. So
One,
anywhere between.
I do have one last thing for the baking.
Okay.
I found, and this is what I found. Like, there's a lot of really funny stuff, but I think this is the most nuanced funny thing for this act. So I'm a
Oh,
twoferring. It's
that's true. We
twofer.
gotta find the funny joke in the act.
I like that they show the tray getting filled and it's messy and gross, and then they cut and it's immediately all perfectly
Pristine.
pristine and like how
Yeah.
any like as seen on TV thing would be.
As anyone would wish their
Yeah,
cafeteria experience to be. Yeah.
yeah.
And then, yeah, I forgot about Crimson's thing about having to find the funniest joke within each act.
Mhm.
I'll go first because I already know mine. It's Sally's shots comment.
Yeah.
Oh, you
How
said you had
many
to pause
shots?
to laugh on that one. So
Yeah, yeah. No, Sally asked how many shots, then
Yeah.
the cat laughed. So I enjoyed that. That's my pick for joke. I guess we'll go down the line. So Crimson, you're up next.
this one has to be good ones. Cupcakeinator is so good. Can that whole commercial be a joke?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
a,
All
yeah.
it's
right,
a it's a whole set for a
Cupcakeinator.
joke. Yeah,
There you go.
I'd label it all as one long joke. There's a lot of smaller jokes in it, but well, okay.
What
I
a
just got
sound
myself
the
out of it.
crowd.
No, you can't do that. It's a routine. You have to pick a joke within the routine.
Ah,
I
Boo!
agree. You
You
chose a
can't rip
whole
that away
scene.
from me. Boo.
Yes,
anything.
too bad. I'm the host. It's ripped away. Pick your favorite
Oh,
line.
gosh, darn it.
You're not just
Uh,
wrong, you're stupid.
that's good. Threatening him is good. Killing him his own tail and the audience reaction. The whole thing's just
Gotta pick one.
it's all connected.
Well, it is kind of true. You can't
I,
like
I
it is
I
kind of.
understand I understand it's your favorite routine. You still gotta pick the favorite joke.
What's your favorite joke out of the routine? It's like the one that gets you.
Mm,
I don't think you can do it.
I don't know if I can. It's all
Then
one.
choose a different
Uh,
joke.
fine. You pay this woman to sit on babies.
It's a classic. I do
Alright.
it for nothing.
Sinister.
Uh, like I said, the cupcake
Okay.
tray getting filled.
Oh,
It's probably not. It's not like the funniest for me, but I feel like it's the best like nuanced thing that like it's like a blink and you miss it kind of joke, and I like it.
Fair enough. Springs.
Cutting the feed on son of a bitch.
son of
You
a.
Yeah,
can't say
that's a
that.
good one. That's a good one. Alright. And then we're on to Act 3. I already gave the introduction to where this
Yeah,
is,
you
so.
did.
Let's see. Who hasn't started yet? in Act?
You.
Yeah,
Uh,
you haven't started.
that's true. I haven't. Uh, let me find my notes. Shoot.
Didn't see
uh,
that one coming.
Bang
I know, right?
bang.
Um, I think I'll go with an issue. Actually, the start of it.
Oh,
Uh, the door closed. Was when he went to go grab the dress to clean up the mess. Uh, the door closed without him being anywhere near it, and he didn't make any motions to close the door with his hand.
Telekinesis.
Would be the excuse, but they haven't
It
introduced his
would be the
telekinesis abilities.
excuse.
It would be an excuse.
It would be an excuse, but they haven't introduced it as an ability. So
Have they not? Well, I mean, you could argue his balancing act could have an element of telekinesis, right? Keeping it all straight. If you want to really stretch that,
no.
I want to stretch it.
No.
I know you want to stretch it. I'm saying it's not. It's not. It's an error.
Fine.
Oh, rough.
You can Burger King it. You can have it your way.
No.
All right. Sinister, why don't you go?
I'm a big fan of the Thing introductions. The sped up, like I don't know how much of it is like CGI. I mean, I know a lot of it's CGI, but
Okay.
like this, like the jittery movements and everything, like like
Yeah,
what
some of the effects with the things are hard to discern.
there's definitely a mix of like practical and CGI. Like they're definitely kind of like shot differently at times, and then they're also kind of like just jittery. Like they're just like playing it off like part of the movements or whatever.
Yeah.
I have a question about the things. Are they using like they reminded me of like the Whoville masks, I think is what the
Yeah, I mean,
face
yeah, pretty much, yeah.
is what their
They do
faces
look like
are, and I
Whoville.
wasn't
They're
sure if that
things,
was
not
the
who.
intention. Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah.
basically, yeah. Like
Okay.
they're more pronounced. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was thinking of like I guess the right thing because I don't know, the masks were familiar and I kept going back to the Grinch. I just wasn't sure if that's where it was from.
Yeah, I know.
Or at
That's
least the
definitely what.
inspiration for it was from.
Yeah.
Spriggs.
Sally's
Might be a
line.
subspecies.
Sally's line of "You don't try, you do," tells me she's seen Star Wars.
I mean,
Okay,
good.
it's just a reference to that. It's not actually
Okay,
in
come
the
on
world.
now. Right.
The silence really
That works.
told me brain thought on that. So okay.
Well, I was just thinking how to respond to it because it's not a
Yeah,
complex line. It doesn't have to be Star Wars. But
yeah.
that
She
that
says that
is
to him
Is
when
Star
she's
Wars.
grabbing his tie, right?
Yeah.
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 He says,
Yes,
"Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. Right away, ma'am."
Yeah. Is that a also is that quote unquote showing her character growth when she's no longer being a suck up?
What do you mean?
I
But when
well,
Uh,
she's
because yeah,
when she's telling the cat and tugging on his tie, making him essentially making him clean up the mess that he's caused. Is that character growth from like learning from Alec Baldwin saying no one likes a suck up?
well, that's after,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
No, that was
No, that's
before this.
before. Yeah, because she's like, I was
Also
just
jumping on
telling
the
Conrad
couch.
to get off
Oh,
the
that was the
couch.
couch.
Bad, Conrad, bad. Yeah.
Yeah. The reason I bring that up is because I was wondering if I could include that as part of character growth. It was if it is, it was very very um indirect,
Yeah.
which I'm
I mean,
fine with. That's why I'm just running it by you guys.
I still see her as this stern rule follower.
Yeah.
She just
I don't know if
had
that's
fun on the
meant to
couch.
change. Yeah.
I don't think she
Personally,
I
completely
don't
grew
know.
from that.
Yeah, because she's still covering up what needs to be done.
mm.
Yeah, she's
Okay.
still a rule follower to me. I don't think the
She's
couch was a
still got
complete
rules.
growth of her arc, as
No,
you
it's
kind
just
of framed
something
it earlier.
so wild that has occurred because of the dress that gets her into a very firm stance. But I don't think that's her own mind thought of to do. It's just like on the to do list, like this occurred, you need to fix it, and it's important.
We
Yeah,
have a conflict.
it works. It works. I think that's their intention. I was just asking if it worked as also a character growth from what Alec Baldwin said, which I think it could, but I do think it's starting to stretch it. I suppose.
Yeah.
So
It's
Because
theoretically possible. I just don't see it there.
okay, yeah. I
because I
was
could
just
see like the same like to do list maker. I could see also doing like you don't try, you do kind of like the and then she's like, like the the parliamental, or whatever hell's all the power, so she's definitely business minded, or power minded or something. So she kind of knows the situation, I guess. Who knows?
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to run it by
I,
you
I
guys.
could see where you're reading it though.
Yeah.
I do get a sense of that. Yeah.
All right. Crimson point.
Sweet. A cool detail, which is, I guess, technically a theory because it's not confirmed by the movie, is when we see Larry's room, there's a mirror that I think he uses to look out the window to see when Nebbins is outside in his yard. Because his chair faces away from the window, but the mirror faces the window, so he
Supposed
could
to help him keep an eye on things,
so he
maybe.
doesn't have to get up to look out the window. He can just look through the mirror and see outside.
uh, that's funny. I guess it just shows his laziness or his
Yeah,
ingenuity in his laziness, I suppose.
because the mirror is just pretty much in the middle of his room. You wouldn't really just put a mirror there. So it makes sense to me.
Could be.
Could be.
I like the transformation when he walks in, takes off the suit, and just rips off like what's supposed to help with his posture, and hides his
Beer
uh
gut.
big belly,
Ballet.
beard belly.
The
Yeah.
Bella.
That's a fake gut, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
that's
Oh yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
it's a good fake cut though. Oh,
yeah.
pretty good.
The only telling
I
part
was
is the
appropriately
sides
disgusted when I started picking at his belly button. So
and
there you go.
yeah, the fart noise.
The picking the belly button, sticking his tongue out, making the noise. uh,
He's
It's
definitely
yeah,
going for the whole "I'm a disgusting."
I'm a
he's a
Thing.
revolting
slob.
slob.
uh,
Oh, Crashbox.
Yeah.
Crash box. Is a yeah, it was a good performance there. Really good. I wonder how many
Probably
takes they had to
Alec
do it. 'Cause
Baldwin's
people had to
best.
be laughing.
Oh yeah,
Alec
there's
Baldwin's best. Does it beat Still Alice?
I don't think anything's gonna beat Hunt for Red October for me, but do what you guys want.
uh it he is just like so perfectly disgusting. I think like that's the
Yeah, like I said, I was surprised he was in this film. I did not expect him to be a main character in the film. I thought it was just going to be a cameo and he was going to be out of the film.
yeah.
So when I got more of him, I was like, you know what? It's good to see him being an actor. Yeah, he's one of those actors I would just always can trust to do his job. Typically,
Well,
not anymore, but
yeah, I was gonna say, unfortunately,
back in
maybe.
the
Well,
day, he was one of those
yeah,
actors you could trust to always be a good actor in a film.
it's true. I have fond memories of watching 30 Rock and a bunch of other stuff. But yeah,
Uh,
him as Larry is pretty perfectly disgusting.
uh, in the wide shots of the thing is going around and messing up the house and the cat dancing in the center of the house, Sally and Conrad are gone.
Yeah, they just disappear. Also, that where they get the giant butterfly nets from? That's also we.
They just had him.
It's in the
It's,
book.
I know.
I wish
I
there
mean,
was a scene.
we know there's butterflies here because it died in the rain.
It's true.
I wish there was a part to actually show the things cloning themselves. Because we just
Did
have.
they clone themselves?
They did.
No, they're just going
Oh, they did.
fast. It's just a visual
No,
representation.
it would have been fine if the one Conrad was trying to catch running up the wall was thing 2. That's what I caught as they are clones. Because Sally's dealing with the one with the plates, and that's thing 1, and she asks Conrad for help, and the response to Conrad immediately after trying to catch the one on the wall is also thing 1. They are both thing 1. And then the wide shot showing the house with the cat spinning has them going so fast that I think there's actually 2 of each moving around.
No, there's no.
I'd have to look at the first thing you said with
It's a
two ones
continuity
being there.
If
for them.
Conrad
If
was
it's
trying to
if
catch
it,
thing 2 on the wall, I think it would have been fine.
yeah, if it's thing 1 he's trying to catch, that's a continuity error. I think it's the intention is there's never more than the 2 of them though. I never got a sense there was 4 in the wide shot.
And they never use it obviously. Like there's not more than two ever once together.
in the same shot. Yeah.
I guess I'd have to see that again, but I've never seen that as more than
Okay.
two
If they don't get
things.
cloned, then yes, that's a. Where do I line this up on the chart? Issue.
Well, it's just a continuity issue. I mean, it's not actually clone.
I mean, it is technically losing place of one of them because of
Yeah.
the continuity error. So I would say it's an issue. It's a little bit more than a nitpick. Yeah.
Because while Sally's dealing with the one with the plates, we can see Thing 2 behind Sally running back and forth on the couch, but Conrad's not
Yeah.
seen there. But then cutting to Conrad, it's not Thing 2.
Yeah, I'm looking at the scene right now.
Add deposit because the one on the wall
Well,
is
the thing
very
is,
CGI'd, but it does
Yeah.
have Thing
yeah.
1 on it.
So we have the one on plates kicking it, two in the background on the couch. We cut to one on the ceiling with Conrad, but we never cut back to the plates. So that could be just a jump. The thing went now over where Conrad is.
Oh, a time skip jump? Because then that would
I
sign
mean,
up that
we
Conrad's
established there very
response is
quick.
delayed.
Yeah, so it's certainly possible that it isn't a continuity error. It's just
I mean, there is I'm looking at the widescreen thing. There is multiple, but it's not. I don't think it's cloning. I think it's
They're
just
just
to
going so
indicate.
fast.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's to
like it's
indicate the speed of it. In the same way you see
yeah,
multiple Barry Allens when he's running.
yeah.
like an
That
after image type deal.
that careful with that one, Ryder.
Yeah, I understand,
Oh.
but like the after image
Yeah,
effect
there's
for
different
Barry Allen.
instances
There's
to what that
it's
means, but
obviously
yes.
times where timelines gets really fucking in the Flash, but I'm not referring to that.
Do, do, do. But they ride Mrs. Kwan down the stairs.
I want to know
And
how they did that
Yeah, the
because that
Crimson
doesn't
Hemi
look like
pause it.
she's moving her head. That
Well, isn't her head hitting each step on the way down? That was part of the joke.
well,
Could
yeah,
have
but there's no way they actually did
with
that.
how
Oh, you mean how
Like
they did it
practically,
how that
how
was
did
made.
they
You're
do
practically?
saying
that?
Yeah.
with how
I
uniform
have
she
no
is
idea.
in the shot, could it have been green screened?
I mean, it probably is green screen, but she it doesn't look like she's
It
controlling her head.
it's
It,
perfectly
it looks like
timed.
she's a noodle.
Yeah.
She actually seems limp, which is very impressive if she was actually
Well, there's
tending
feet
to
under her
plan her
throat,
head.
right?
Yes.
If that was from the standing vertical position to film it on a green screen, they could have just been pushing that up and down and just keep your head loose.
I don't know. It's
The
like
perspective would be off doing that, though.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
How would the perspective be off of
Unless
that?
I'm
If
misunderstanding
it's
what you're saying.
well, the stairs are the green screen because she's uniform in
Yes.
that shot. So her standing still with the green screen behind her, and then the feet of the props under her throat, and that's just moving up and down of her just nodding, and then they put that in and
maybe
then
there's
add the sound
shadow though.
effects. Yeah, could be edited.
I don't know. It just looks too.
I'm saying the movement of her head doesn't seem like there's any muscle moving. It actually
Oh,
I'm
seems like she's limp,
ah,
which is
it
why
could
my
be either or. I don't know. Really good. It is very good at green screen if it is compared to what I think is a very bad green screen in the last act.
the big pen.
No, not the
Yeah.
big pen.
No,
Oh.
the big. Do you mean the last
big
act
The
is
water
the previous
slide.
one? Oh.
You don't like the water? Yeah.
That is bad green screen.
Yeah, there was a shot earlier, I think in the last act, where I didn't really talk about it, but when a shot with Alec Baldwin leaning in over the kids as he's about to leave, I really felt that like the cat wasn't even in the background. It was like showing the house, and the house was green screen when it was looking down at the kids. I don't know why. At least it looked like that.
Possibly.
Maybe.
It's certainly possible.
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of the era where you got green screen and CGI
Hand in
pretty
hand.
fluidly throughout. So
But at least they balanced it with good use of practical.
I mean, yeah.
And it wasn't just reliant
They
on
used
that.
it when they could.
Yeah. most of the CG here is meant to enhance the practical, which is
Yeah, which is
ideally what you want to do.
yeah, very true, very true.
I,
Um,
I'm not one to usually bring up music,
okay.
but the music that's played while the things are running amok, and you're getting the faster and louder drums, and then the louder cymbals, and then the chant or whatever, the
Mhm.
yeah, escalating the frenzy that's going on. That fit very well with the actions that were being portrayed on screen.
I agree. And then we have the there is a third option,
Murder.
murder
On
with a
his
Catsio.
Catsio.
I wonder who he was thinking of murdering. Who would murder the dog? Because he
Oh,
even
he's a
says like
cat.
time
Yeah,
to
he
die.
would want to kill the dog.
Yeah, he'd
Yeah,
yeah, 'cause there's a whole I think there's a cut scene where yeah, he doesn't like Nevins.
well, he doesn't like him in here.
Well, yeah, but there's a cut scene where he
Search and
specifically
destroy.
search and destroy.
Yeah, cat versus dog.
Cats versus dog. Cats and dogs. The crate is interesting.
To
We
me,
couldn't
this
Yeah.
is
really
a
decide
better use of that milk joke.
this is a better use of that milk
Way
joke.
better. To me, then, like, I'm lactose intolerant and then drinks the milk to end a bit. This is him telling the rule breaker one rule not to break.
How did you just compare
Subversion.
those two?
Of like setting
I'm
something
confused.
up for later. A setup.
Okay, I see.
Like so
Yeah, I guess so.
how
And
do we
this is
feel
for the
about
whole
Chekhov's gun?
climax setup here.
The setup with the crate.
The rule. The
The
rules to
rule.
set
Like
up.
this is my I'm not a big rules guy, but this is a biggie.
Yeah. But telling the rule
Um,
breaker one rule.
well, considering it's recontextualized later, as he told Conrad it as a rule with the understanding that he would break it, I think it's fine.
Yeah,
It's
that's
part
fine.
of him
Yeah, yeah.
No,
He's
I
manipulating
just
with
saying
agree.
it's better than
Yeah,
the
he likes
milk.
it.
That's what he's saying. With the
He
Are you
wishes the
asking? Are you
milk
wait,
was
are
like
you
that.
asking what I think is better?
No, well, kinda.
No,
but he was
I'm saying
stating
for
it.
myself that this setup and payoff of the crate and rule is way better done than the payoff and setup of lactose intolerant and drinking milk.
well, I think the yeah, but the point is very, very different. The milk was not significant in any way, whereas the crate is.
Because they chose it to be.
How would the milk have been significant otherwise?
Oh, it could have been something where he's like, "Oh, I get bloated," or like, "Cat, what does milk do to you?" I don't know. I burp, and well, like a turbine engine comes out
Yeah,
of my
but
mouth with the force or something.
If
Like, "Oh,
if
we
I'm
need the
gonna
wind." Or
I can hopefully can. I'm just gonna restate it so I understand. I think your issue, Springs, is that the milk is very blatantly like a writer's tool, whereas this one is very tied to the character's actions that are gonna go on, right? The
yeah,
crate one.
yeah, the crate one
Because
does
yeah, the milk
play
one,
into.
the milk one is there as set up for them to end the song number, while this one is here as character setup for payoffs later in the film.
Yeah, like I don't have an instance that they're very close to each other. Like Conrad gets the rule and then breaks the lock. Like the same with the milk. Like the milk is like followed in pretty much the next song after the number. I'm fine how close they are. It's just the
Mhm.
use of it.
Yeah, but I don't think like everything needs to have a a grand setup or like I don't think every episode has to have like a grand finale with it because they set up the thing with the milk and then they used the thing with the milk and that was it.
Yeah, to clarify, I don't necessarily have an issue with the milk, as
No,
I
I know
said.
you don't. I'm
Yeah,
just trying to find some kind of middle ground here with because I was like,
Yeah.
it
This is
still
just the two
works.
differences between us. They do work. I'm not saying they don't. They do work. It's
Yeah.
just the difference of like it's fine by your standards of what fits and what you find funny, and for me it's not used. It's like the whole setup of the 2 minutes later thing that either instance
Well,
of the
yeah,
bump or the shot of cat didn't line up.
yeah. No, well, what I think I guess what I'm trying to so for you specifically, just to clarify anything. So if something has a setup, does it have to have a wide-reaching or wide, like, like ending, or can some 'kay, there I feel like there's stuff where you set it up and then it's just a small thing or like a B plot or something later down the line versus something like the crate where it's integral to like kind of what happens in the story. Does everything have to be like the crate, or can things be like the milk?
Oh, I think things can be like the milk.
You just wish it wasn't
I just
like
wish the use of
that.
the milk was differently done, like accidental onto the cat to end this
Okay.
on. He purposely drank the milk for the writing tool of ending the number and burping out cat hairballs. But said could be kind of on the other way that it's like, oh, cat purposely. He said he planned it later, but planned it also, telling the rule breaker to not break one rule, makes him break it, which causes the whole events of the box overflowing. So it's still a plot device used, and not just like an act of a payoff set off situation. But I think it's the use of it that could have occurred.
Mhm.
Well, all right. Crimson, you got a point you'd like to jump to in a
I
sec?
do have one, a potential inconsistency with the things. Uh, One being, um, the things don't always do the opposite that they're told. Uh,
I
Yes.
knew you were gonna bring that up.
yeah, because Ken had said, things front and center, and they actually did that. They didn't go behind him and on the outskirts. They actually went front
And
and center
also, they
and
don't help with
obeyed.
the dog when the kids correct themselves to have them try to catch the
It
dog.
was a bit late,
A bit,
to be
but it still
fair.
would have helped
There's a
because
window, I
they do
think,
the opposite.
that one.
Yeah, it's. I mean, Conrad's smart to figure it out, but I mean, get another ploy used at a convenience of time. Speaking about
Yeah.
time, Sinister, however, has a deadline to make of situation, and I'm sure we're all grateful and thankful for how much time he's given here on the pod for this episode. But unfortunately, he does have a time limit. I know. So before he has to dip out, Sinister is that I figured since we'd asked, like, I'm curious, what is your favorite joke in the whole film, and then your summary and rating.
I guess my favorite joke, if I had to pick one from the whole thing, it's a lot. Um, Probably so many things. I would probably do the I mean the baking, yeah, the baking thing I think is just yeah. I quote that all the time, so I probably the baking, like cutting the tail off or the baking cut like anything is a good just that's just funny or the couch mechanic. Torn between those two just because they're just really good. There's lots of stuff. As far as my overall rating, watching this movie, trying to be a bit more looking at the all the details and everything. There's definitely issues here and there of continuity, some slight world building stuff, but I think they tend to keep it pretty. It, they don't really ever go to the extent of what the cat's powers are, so we can kind of assume he has almost limitless abilities, which is both probably a good and a bad thing. Uh, so I don't know if there's really much that's super egregious without a few examples that I think we've already stated and probably will be stated down the line. I still really like this movie. I still think it's very very funny. I don't know if I would consider this out and out a kids movie because I think there is a majority of jokes are kind of adult oriented. Um, but I do remember still enjoying it when I was a kid, even if I didn't get maybe 50% of the humor or, overall, just kind of having to quickly sum up a bunch of stuff that we haven't gotten to yet. I'm not going to spoil it, but I think the cast is good. For the Dakota Fanning, Spencer Breslin as the kids are pretty spot on. I think they're probably some of my favorite like kid performances that I can think of in a movie. Normally, I don't really kid actors. I'm not really that. I think like, oh, they just act like a kid or whatever. But I feel like they're actually pretty good. Mike Myers does a decent job as the Cat in the Hat, and definitely better than Tim Allen would have been. Alec Baldwin is the perfect ruddy, scummy stepfather type figure, or step, boyfriend or whatever. Uh, Kelly Preston as Joan is. I feel like she's in it enough where she's serviceable. She kind of is like a center for like normalcy, so it kind of helps balance out the movie a bit. And then all the rest of it, like the Humberflube is good as just being an over the top kind of character, and that's pretty much his whole point. And the things are, slapstick funny. Overall, I think it's all good. The music's pretty cohesive. It all kind of seems to fit the scene and the setting and the action and all that stuff. Um, and then I think the set design is great, especially knowing that the director was a set designer for a bunch of things. Really drives home how detail oriented all the stuff is and how big and detailed all the sets themselves are. Overall, I think originally sitting at a 9, and I think I'm probably at about, like, I think I can safely say an 8, overall. Uh, might have it had completed the whole thing, might have been a bit higher. It might have stayed at a 9 maybe, but I think sitting at an 8 is pretty on point for how far we got into it. It's a good movie overall, and I highly recommend it.
Alrighty.
Hey,
It's pretty high.
I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming, Sinister.
It's
Of
a
course.
combined rating.
Yeah.
Uh, did you have any questions about anything where we haven't covered yet that you're curious on, or you think you're good on knowledge?
I trust Crimson to come up with the stuff that I wouldn't be. I think Crimson's prepared to ask the questions that I would want to know.
Okay.
And if not, I mean, I'm gonna be talking to you guys later anyway, so I don't I don't have to ask the questions on the podcast.
Yeah. Thanks for being here. Who knows
My
in the
pleasure.
future when you do or do not come on again?
Okay.
Thanks for stopping by for episode 100.
Yeah.
You're
Good to have you.
Celebration.
Yeah. Of course. All right, and you guys enjoy the rest of this.
I'll
Will
try my
do.
Alrighty.
darndest.
And it's tall order for some, I know, but it'll be okay.
He's enjoying the
Alright,
podcast, not the movie.
All right, take care.
All right, bye, Sinister.
Bye.
Toodaloo.
Goodbye, Sinister.
And then there were 3.
Indeed.
Crimson, why don't you go somewhere?
Yeah, I don't really have much written on this act, surprisingly. It was kind of the rules of this crate, and how much of it is the cat.
Yeah, there's a
Like,
lot
I'm
of it.
not completely sold that the cat is from a different dimension. Purely based off the neutering document. I think he just might be a powerful being, and he created this crate. But I don't know.
Maybe there's
Or
no
don't
vets
really
in
get
there.
he
any
got the
answers
crate.
to
He got the
stuff.
crate from a different Philippines, is what he says.
Maybe there was a Mogwai in there. He just took it out.
Sure.
Okay, that was a
I mean,
Gremlins thing
I
with
get
the
it.
boxes,
This is
but
there's a lot of this act is a lot of gags and routines going from start to finish, starting with like having to clean the dress, using the dress to clean, um, to the introduction of the things, and pretty much ends up in chaos when they have to leave to go after the dog. I think the thing of note for me in this act is definitely the Alec Baldwin reveal. I want to keep calling him Alec Baldwin. Lawrence's reveal when he's getting his TV repoed and he's out of he only has expired credit cards, obviously indicating that he's poor.
Oh yeah. Don't know how you can live in that neighborhood. Nice looking neighborhood.
I
He
don't know how
has
we can
a
afford that
negative
car.
credit score.
Well, that was his high school car. He just held on to it this long.
It's clear that he's presenting a front. That's where all the money has gone.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Uh, do we have anything else for this actor?
We get some good interaction with uh, the two children here. They make a very direct parallel with him saying, "Why do they have to do the opposite of everything? It's annoying." Sally's like, "Sound familiar?" Very direct, very on the nose. I think it's fine that it's
Yeah,
on the
it's
nose with
fine
the way they
because
portrayed it.
I think it's fine
yeah,
because
it's
it's a one-time
fine.
use.
It's fine because it's one-time use, and it's also in character for Sally, who is annoyed at the fact that Conrad always makes chaos of everything.
Yeah. So, because I've complained about messaging being blatant and other things we've covered, and this I don't. It's technically blatant, but I do think it
Yeah,
fits
it's because it's
within
not
the
preachy,
tone, the
you know.
characters. It
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Usually, when I get annoyed with messages when they start getting preachy, if you're really direct and to the point, you tend to be
Like
fine. And this is
Prince of
very
Panda
much
2, I had an issue with the whole inner peace thing being drilled into everyone's skulls.
yeah.
It was a recent example we did.
I can agree with that.
And then them arguing whether or not to get Nevins or call mom. I don't really get the logic with Sally and the fish being like, "We got to call mom." I don't know what that accomplishes, but
I
fixing the
think it,
crate does accomplish something.
yeah, I think they're at least from the film. I understand the reason that they are leaning towards wanting to call the mom is because they just want a semblance of control back in all the chaos that's been introduced. Yeah, the mom's going to be really, really angry, but mom can, in their mind, help fix everything.
Well, the party's
'Cause-
in 4 hours
Yeah,
at
because
this
well,
point.
it's because they're still kids. You know, there's that option like moms can do everything in that point of view. So the reason they want to call her is just so one, it lessens the blow of them getting in trouble, and two, they actually want her help. So I'm fine with them throwing around the idea. I guess what I don't like about it is just how quickly the idea is dropped in favor of just going after the dog.
Well, Conrad is start. We're going after the dog, and
There's a third
that was the
option.
end of the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it fits. It's a
Uh,
sign of panic for an authority figure to be at its present, but I think Conrad's suggestion is just a trial. Like, well, oh, okay, we'll see. If it gets more out of hand.
Fair.
yeah, it's true. Uh, I think it's funny that he used the babysitter to sleep on the crate and kind of hold it down.
Create some heavy inanimate object. Looks at the camera and tilts head.
Yeah.
Could have put her on. Could have put the couch on it and then her on the couch, so when she rolls off, it doesn't do anything. But
Could have put the
the cat
crate
planned
upside
this.
down.
The cat planned this. He wanted this to happen, so he
Uh,
could have just locked it again. I would imagine if you actually
yeah, I
cared.
have to question how uh, omniscient the cat is.
That's why I'm saying God level.
Ooh, we're
Yeah,
gonna
we're approaching God levels of omniscient in terms of for the cat because there's a lot of conveniences that happen in very hyperly specific ways in order for everything to go this way which he intends.
Yeah, because his explanation of "Oh, tell Conrad one rule, he'll obviously break it" makes sense. The mom randomly calling Miss Kwan for her to roll off and open the chest. You can't predict that unless you're kind of all knowing or something. You
Mm.
have some sort of ability.
demon. Um,
Why? Why?
yeah.
Why is demon your go-to?
Color scheme, contracts, lines up with the
It's
MMO.
not even a sinister red or anything. It's
Lines up with the MO.
it's like a Christmas red.
Demons all don't have to be bad.
Santa demon, same color scheme.
Santa demon.
He's red and white.
Sure.
Okay.
Here, let's compromise. Santa demon.
Not a Santa demon. Santa
I
is
mean,
a demon. If you're
Oh,
going with the
Santa
whole
is a
color
you're
scheme.
saying the cat is Santa?
No, you're saying
no.
the color scheme of red and white is and black demon.
Or does Santa have black?
Santa's red and white, and the pipe. Santa's pipe black. There you go. His
Santa's
boots
pipe.
black. His belt black. He
We
wears
could
black
assume. We could
stuff.
assume, just for the sake of this, we could assume that his naughty list is a form of contract.
Sure. There are iterations of Santa like that, yes.
So you would
Okay.
agree that Santa fits your description of a demon.
In certain iterations, yes. Which is why I brought up the
Okay.
whole thing with angels too. Iterations of angels also have the contract and stuff like that. But then the stories of Santa being two different versions kind of resulted in Krampus of the German tale, and so
I appreciate the Doctor Evil reference from Michael Myers when he's talking about murder. Hilarious.
oh, that was Doctor Evil.
Oh, absolutely, it was Doctor Evil reference.
I didn't see the
When
pink.
he does the whole arm movement too for I think it's when he's just after he made the murder reference and we kind of get a slow zoom on him. He makes I think a pretty blatant Doctor Evil reference from Austin Powers. And since this is Mike Myers, I just really appreciated the meta of the joke.
I saw a fact referencing something, and this was a reference to Austin Powers, but I don't remember what it was. Maybe that was what it was.
At least that was the one that was blatant to me because he even takes on Doctor Evil's like tone of voice.
Hmm. Right.
Um,
I don't remember. I don't really have anything else this act.
I like the
uh,
lineup of the strumming of his whiskers to the strumming that's being heard.
Oh, I guess that is part of this. Yeah, I had an issue with that because the strumming happened while he was still standing there and not strumming his whiskers.
it's yeah, uh, playing music in world to a degree.
He's got powers.
Oh, now you're going with the all powers work. Um, that's I mean, yeah, he could be hearing the soundtrack of the movie and then
Could have a
play it
or just
alongside.
another
He
clone
could do
off
that.
screen we don't see.
Well,
I do like that with all the chaos that occurs in the house, the narrator starts settling us back in once the dog escapes. Because, like I said, the narrator I think is very very purposefully used in a sense of like a tone regulator for the film. Because things got really really out of hand at the house, so the narrator kind of hit the reset on tone when Lawrence, sees the dog and calls Joan like right before then. So I really appreciated the use of the narrator here.
Yeah. Which has to be another clone, right? If the
the
narrator is
narrator.
Cat and we see Cat while the narrator's talking, is it a pre-recorded? Is it a clone off screen?
Telepathic,
Oh,
talking to the
telepathic?
audience. Yeah,
That could go into telepathy and situation about the door.
yeah. His powers unrestrained. We don't know the limits. We can bend pretty much any scenario to make sense with what potential powers he could do.
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's see. I guess it's not more relevant going forward, so I might as well bring it up now. Springs, you usually pay attention to clocks. Is this one you did?
Yes. I like the
It's
detail that you can
pretty
actually.
consistent
Oh,
all the way through. There's one part where it goes 5 minutes behind itself,
I'm gonna
but
go with
overall, it's
that.
pretty accurate.
Being the director as production designer, as Sinister brought up, the fact that clocks can be seen in multiple instances, showing the time of day changing, I think is very neat.
Yeah, it's all very believable except for the one 5 minute rewind that I caught. Yeah, it was
But
good.
was the cat responsible for the rewind?
No, No, I'm not going to go there.
You sure?
I'm not going to the point where we can fix every problem with the cat.
You can fix a lot of problems with the cat. Which is why to me there's not a lot of issue like continuity things. I'm just like, that's just a cat.
All right. There's going to be one, I think, next act that I. Yeah, next act. There's two next act that are
Oh,
definitive
the pinata?
continuity errors. No.
Well, I think we are good to go to the next act. Unless anyone's got any last minute
Just
All
to
good.
the
say.
Well, the joke.
funniest.
I'll go first. Murder.
Murder. Yeah, there's not that last act didn't have too many heavy hitter jokes. I'm inclined to agree.
I am looking through my notes, and I think I agree as well. I think
Oh,
we're all agreeing for that one.
yeah, there weren't too many big jokes in that act.
Yeah, it was a lot more
Just
Gags.
hijinks
like
of the things, pretty much.
yeah, yeah, more hijinks than it was
So the
actual
finger in the belly
jokes.
button, the murder
Oh,
outbeats that?
that was
Yes,
in
for
this, wasn't
me.
there? Never mind. Yeah,
Ah, I know for Crimson.
belly button. Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
On my notes, I have that on the same line as my notes for the next act. So
yeah,
yeah,
murder
they
is
went on
definitely
separate lines.
my pick for the best joke. Um,
Oh,
Okay.
it's so visually iconic. It will be in your brain forever. It's
no,
there.
no.
You
Well,
can't
I pretty
forget
much
that.
deleted it as soon as it happened.
No,
Um,
it's there.
no,
I can
no,
bring
it's
it up
not.
at any moment, and it will jump to your brain. Darn
You
it!
could,
Maybe
but
I
you
won't.
won't.
Knowing Ryder and things he has and has not seen, I fully believe him of being like, sounds familiar, but I don't know.
Trust
That
me.
iconic.
Do not underestimate my compartmentalization abilities. I can delete that from my brain, and I already have. um. So, I like that the fish is having a breakdown, kind of anxiety attack. That to me was a little funny to start out the act because he's outside, he's freaking out, and then they pretty much threaten him, and he just hides back in his jar.
Mm.
Good stuff. And then we get the fence gag. I quite enjoyed this sequence of events. It's very small, but
Yeah, I don't think the small fry is putting in any effort. Man, I've been so good at quoting. That was totally butchered paraphrasing that. Yikes.
yeah, it
Uh,
was.
yeah.
I have a. This is where I started taking notes of because again I haven't seen this before. It's like, is the cat a villain? That's where I started right
Could
there.
be.
Yeah,
He's mischievous.
yeah, he's definitely chaotic. That's for sure. Um, First time, like I said, I've probably seen this 15 times, over a dozen, and I never noticed in the scene after the hoe joke. We have Nebbins running down the street on a sidewalk. In the background, there's a grassy hill, and that's where the cat in the hat and the two kids are, outside of the town. I don't know why. I've never noticed it before, but you have a tall man jumping around, dancing, prancing, with two kids following him. It's so far away, but they put that in there, and it has to be them. And
That's
I went back watching it over and over, and I'm like 95% confident that's them over there, but I don't know why they'd be over there.
that's funny. I have no idea either.
And timestamp 45:31 for anyone who wants to look at that.
Yeah, the dirty hoe joke is
Classic.
where I questioned. It was it's a funny joke, but this is again where I questioned the tone of whether this is a kids movie, and I don't think it is. That to me was like the final nail in the coffin of it being a
That
movie meant specifically for kids.
I don't see. I don't have an issue with that because when I was a kid, I didn't see that as an adult joke because I didn't understand it as a kid. Um, so I don't see why it can't still be a kids show or movie if it's framed in a way that kids don't understand the jokes, the adult jokes.
For me, I do see this as a kids movie, but certainly not up to the par of the hybrid adult and kid jokes like Shrek or SpongeBob for that matter.
And, this has a high ratio of adult jokes, but I think they're all subtle enough to where kids nowadays, kids with the internet can curse like sailors and
Yeah.
know
I would
everything.
also
But
not say this movie is made for adults. This isn't like a movie
no,
for like a
this is
30-year-old. Like, here you go.
yeah, it's just a heightened like we want the parents to enjoy it when the kids are watching, but it's heightened than the average
Yeah, it's not
because a
smooth
lot of kids
wordplay. It's
would describe
very.
it just
This is the adult joke. This is the kid joke.
yeah, yeah. We kind of
Spurgs, you
get
want
a Shaun of the Dead
to?
joke with the fence hopping, but
Oh,
Yes.
if the fence broke, but
yeah. Well, it depends on which version because you got Hot Fuzz where they. So I did say Shaun of the Dead. Hot Fuzz, they hop the fences because that's kind of just a continued gag. And World's End, I think, does that too.
all three of them
I don't,
have a fence breaking.
I don't remember World's Ends.
World's End, he gets on top of the fence and it falls over while he's on top of it.
Hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, all
That's
three
what
have one,
you are
except the
called
second one.
upon.
It's not Simon Pegg. Sure, we're in the fourth act now.
Yes.
I'll actually just start. I'll go with the funniest thing I think is in this act is Cat saying Rhode Island license plate. You never see those.
And then screaming at the top of his lungs about to get hit with a car. Yeah, that was pretty good.
Well, the screaming I didn't care about.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just framing the rest of the
yeah.
scene for you.
Just Rhode Island license plate.
That's funny.
Well, yeah, it's an on island. Of course, you're not going to see those cars all over. All over.
Yeah,
They're
I mean,
contained to one area.
Yeah, this one, even though this act's pretty small, there are some good jokes in here. I would, interesting. Yeah, I would have a hard time picking favorite, but I got plenty of time for it. Nice. I think there's the very obvious issue here with the pinata scene, and that's why did he hang himself up as a pinata instead of just running away?
Or teleporting, like we know he can do.
Any scenario, why is he the pinata?
True. But I was going to go with what is how they open it. It just opened already for them to throw candy.
Oh yeah, the how Sally and Conrad
Yeah.
are sitting next to an
The
open one.
pinata is not magical.
Oh, you know,
Yeah.
the cat to it. But yeah, I agree. Yeah, it was just open for him. I don't know why that one kid had a wood bat while everyone else had plastic bat.
He's a cool kid.
He came prepared for this pinata.
He's the big tank of the group.
Head honcho.
Yeah.
Um,
I think my favorite prop in this act is the two DIs in the stethoscope or the
Yeah.
fucking subscope.
Yeah. Periscope.
Periscope.
Yeah, the periscope. There we go. I knew I was saying it wrong and it was bugging me. Thank you.
Mhm.
But the two DIs in the periscope, I loved that.
Yeah, it did have a kind of a classic feel to it. Classic cartoons.
I didn't really touch on it. I really like the animated opening for the film because it's very much into Dr. Seuss's art style.
Yeah.
It references the book heavily.
Yeah.
Because something that they don't really do in this movie that takes a few pages in the book, and the book's only 36 pages, is the things running around the house with kites making a mess. That doesn't happen in this. But you get the kite in that intro part tied in with the dress, the same way it was drawn in the book, and the same with the fish. So that was the
So paying
direct
homage, even though
callback.
they're going to do their own thing, which is fair.
Mhm.
And then they bookended
And
with the credits having some of that too.
Yeah, and I haven't really been bringing it up, but they have made direct quotes from the book in here as well, just taken straight from it. So, yeah,
That's good.
They pay attention to the source material. The the sun is not shining song intro bit, that's from the book. And there was something else. Oh well.
Interesting. Oh, I forgot to mention this last book. There's a few of those splotches that are on the house, the purple splotches, where I'm sure a few of them are giving me the finger, but I'm not.
Could be, could
Hey,
be.
Alec
Didn't
Baldwin
catch
could
any
be
of
giving you
those.
the finger when he's cleaning out his belly button.
I don't remember that scene. What are you talking about?
Yeah. They got a shit joke in there, which took me straight to Madagascar. Of
Oh, they did.
acronym.
Yes. Yeah, I also really appreciated that because I also thought of the same thing: sugar honey iced tea from Madagascar.
Or
Didn't write
to
write
me, a
down the
weaker one,
list.
Shiitake mushrooms from Spy Kids.
That is weaker, yeah.
Yeah.
But I use that one sometimes.
Super hydraulic instantaneous transporter.
Yeah, there we go. I wrote that one slow. Super luxurious, omnidirectional, whatchamajigger.
And so I'm trying to think. It's weird how much effort Lawrence is willing to put into. It's not weird, but he's willing to put in a lot of effort to kind of cast the dog and keep appearances for Joan without really putting any effort for himself, which I find funny.
True. You get a little bit in the deleted scenes for that if you want more agency with himself. But in this, yeah, it's all gold digging for Joan, I guess.
Mhm.
Yeah. I'm curious, not with that, but I'm curious to know the story of the house that's next to. Actually, we don't even really know if it's next to, but wherever Cat parked his car.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was like, oh, so he just lives here, is what I wrote in my notes.
Well, I mean, the car could come out of like a portal or something.
Could
Yeah,
be,
but it
but it
shows the
comes out of
garage
someone's
door opening.
garage.
Well, the portal could be in the garage. I agree. I wrote down earlier in the notes that he parked down the street or something. Yeah.
That's something I have slight issue with
Did you
later
say that?
about a character. But no, he just
Uh,
they asked him where'd he come from, and I think he just said I drove here.
yeah, he said he drove here, and we know he
Uh,
parks his car at this place.
yeah.
um,
The Hummer gag was hilarious.
that's just the cover.
It
Yeah.
looked good. That was a good use of like CGI or whatever effect that was. I think that
Yeah,
looked
it
good.
looked like a real Hummer, obviously.
Well, it
And
was, but
then,
when it was pulled off.
yeah, when it was pulled off, they did a good job with that.
That's good. Uh, the tires did move when it drove, though, which doesn't make any sense with it being a cover. But magic, magic is the answer.
Magic, yeah.
Yeah. It definitely fits the weird gimmicks.
Now,
Yeah.
if Cat's a resident, and I said this before, if he's a resident because it's sprayed and neutered, and he has a house
Mhm.
where he parked his car, it's not crazy to me that people walk on by with a cat walking around.
Yeah, I mean, certainly possible.
It's weird that Sally, Larry, and Conrad have never seen Cat.
It kind of just comes down to how prevalent he is in the area, and he could just visit here like once a year or something,
That's
right?
true.
And
Well, at the end, he
he
says
doesn't
he's
have
going
to
to
be a full
Hawaii.
time resident. Yeah, he doesn't have to be a full time resident. He could just have a property here.
I'm gonna bring it up because it's actually one of my favorite moments of the film is Sally looking in to see all her former friends that she pushed away celebrating together.
Denise didn't invite me to her party.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
Denise,
she
the one that
realized,
you
and she,
said was bossy.
yeah. So I very much enjoy that scene because it's kind of like the realization for Sally, like it's part of her character arc here that we're going on with her.
Yes.
Uh, and to which my notes are like, my gosh, is the movie actually laying down groundwork?
Ha! Ryder,
Stop.
what a joke. You're such a funny guy.
That wasn't a joke.
Yeah.
But,
Laying ground. What was the joke? I missed it.
No, just laying ground character thing. Is the movie actually gonna do that? You know, it's funny.
Oh, you don't think Sally really got anything out of it.
No, in the yeah, sure. I just mean this is that kind of film.
I think any film can be that kind of film as long as they work towards it.
Yeah,
You can have a
I
complete
do
comedy
think this
where
I
the
do think this is
characters
groundwork for
grow.
Sally. So, or more adding on to what's going to be the payoff with the characters later on.
See, I hinted at some continuity errors that the cat will not be fixing. We see they're driving with 3 steering wheels, and then we get a shot over, I guess, behind the 3 of them, looking through the windshield, and the Cat in the Hat only has 1 wooden steering wheel. He doesn't have the chain one, and the other 2 are gone. That's a complete continuity error. I don't know how that
Yes, because at that point, all
made
three
it
of them are
in.
supposed to be driving, right?
Yeah, you have all 3 of them, then they cut to the single one, and they cut back to the 3 of them with the wheels. That was just completely out of sequence. That was a screw up.
I'll agree with you. That's bad.
And I think I had a timestamp for that, didn't I? 'Cause I started doing that later.
I don't know. You told us that you watched this twice, and your second time, you got really into it because you like sniffed your notebook with whacking your head from sleeping.
The first time I didn't have my notebook. Or first time I didn't have a notebook. Second time I did. Darn it, I didn't have timestamp for it. Oh well. The other continuity errors I do have though. There's 2 times at 51:12 and 52:23 where the Cat in the Hat is wearing a striped shirt, a red and white shirt, and he's not wearing a shirt in the car. It's the stunt driver driving with a striped shirt on.
Oh, is that? Oh,
Interesting.
is that
Yeah,
before
that's
or
an
after the
issue.
part where Cat turns into the stunt driver and like vomits?
No, 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 not that.
No, but it's
No,
like to
it's
cover between those scenes, or is it completely apparent on its own?
when you see it, it's very obvious.
Okay.
Um, if you're not looking for it, you can totally miss it. But once you know it's there, you're like, wow, why, why did they put that in there? Why did he have a shirt on? Those were the obvious continuity ones that couldn't be whisked away with the cat. Oh, the only one wheel I did have a timestamp, 52 even. There I was looking for.
What do we think of the chase sequence
In the car?
I think
overall?
I think it was okay. My biggest issue is just how slow the car looks, even though they're trying to make it fast.
Yeah, with a turbine. It's very ice skatey.
Yeah, it doesn't feel fast, even though it's supposed to be fast. But I like the design of the car. I like how it does move. It's a funny movement for a vehicle, but it just doesn't match the perceived speed it's going.
Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement with that. Um, I like that. I find it funny that Lawrence is so lonely. He's spilling his evil plans to the
The
dog
dog.
constantly.
Yeah. I'm sending Conrad away.
I can't believe you wasted my taco.
That I don't.
And sniffs it. Why does he sniff it?
He
I'm laughing
knows.
at it. I think that's funny. He
I
literally watched a dog pee on his food and he smells it.
don't know what he was expecting. Yeah, so that was pretty funny. Uh, Flight issue. It's a nitpick. With the periscope, we get a range in meters with it, and it's not consistent. Because we get a shot of Nevins peeing on the hydrant, and it's 50 point something. It kind of fluctuates a little bit, but 50 point
Yeah.
something. Looks at Lawrence, cuts back to the hydrant, and now it's 45 point something meters. Somehow the hydrant moved 2 meters, and the
Closer.
periscope
Or the
didn't
bush
move
they
2
did. Or
meters. No, they
Okay,
didn't move other than turning
okay.
the scope. So they just weren't consistent with the range on it. And when it was tracking the car driving away,
Or I thought
that
you were
wasn't
gonna say
the
just
right
the
right
number
distance
on it,
either.
like not the difference, like the numbers change.
I
I
don't
agree
know
with
if
you,
they're 50 meters
but
away.
yeah,
It's just
because you brought up you
inconsistent
don't
with its
know the
own
3 miles
distance.
is what's this world's metrics, and yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. So the actual distance couldn't tell you, but it's not consistent with its own distance here. That's the point I'm making.
Um,
Nitpick.
nitpick. Yeah. Let's see. I the plans that the cat has when he pulls out his file and he's wondering if he should help them.
Yeah.
Uh,
Quickly,
that's
sorry to
when that
interject.
that to
What
me was the confirmation. Like, oh, he's omniscient. He just knows everything that's going to happen.
what's the end of this act?
Right before the hippie joke, right?
Oh, right before the hippie. Okay, got it.
This takes place right before the hippie joke.
Yeah. Yeah.
When he pulls out his file, Plan A, destroy
Yes,
like
yes, yes, yes.
completely normal house or whatever.
And interesting thing I noticed about this town area or the marketplace. I don't know what you call this. The strip, I guess. Uh, None of the buildings have a name except for blah, blah, blah. Humberflug. Every other one is just a sculpture of what they do.
Humberflug's just full of
Hoverfloor
himself.
was a insurance company, right?
Real estate.
Real estate.
Real estate. Okay.
And they have houses on there. So it's continuing like one building has shoes because it's a shoe store, one has scissors because it's
One's got the
a
ice
hair
cream.
place.
The
Yeah.
giant hammer and nails.
Yeah. So they got things to identify the buildings, but they don't have names. Just Humberflug.
Well, would a building have a building on it? In this world, yes.
It does. The, on the Humberflug sign, there's 4 houses on the ledge. So they did keep up with it. It's just the only one with a name, which is interesting.
It's the only place of importance to all of us, I guess.
Yeah, because it would have been interesting to hear the names they'd make up for some of these stores.
Yeah,
But they didn't do that.
it's true. But yeah, so the cat reading out the plans when he's figuring out whether he's going to help them or not. I think that was to me was confirmation of how omniscient he is and everything is planned. And then I also added more notes of like, oh, is he just evil then, or is this gonna build to something? Which is
Built to a lesson.
it did build to a lesson.
Ditch the kids. Plan B. It's a good plan.
And then Plan C was the hippie contract. I to kind of wrap up this act. I'm going to lead into this final bit here for at least my end of wrapping up the act. I didn't like the start of the hippie gag.
Oh,
Mostly
that
because
hurts.
mostly because I didn't like the start of it because he could just go around him. Like if he tried to move around and then the cat got in his way and then tried to move around again and the cat got in his way, then I think that would have been enough for them to play out the rest of the gag. But he just comes to a dead stop.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're going for there.
There's clearly like he didn't even try to get around him, which bugs me a little bit because this is not his priority.
I mean, he stopped. Well, there's the convenience of him getting stopped to get a ticket. Long enough for them to talk about the plan.
Oh yeah, how he's just racking up
Unlucky there.
tickets. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, well,
But
sure. Sure. I guess he could have walked around.
yeah. So I like the gag. They just needed to do a little bit more setup for it. And that is it for me in this act. So I'll turn it over to you, my fellow co-hosts, if you have anything to conclude
I do
or
not.
say anything.
This was actually the act I had the least amount for.
The last thing I have is back to the pinata. This kid, the throwing candy, because he
What are you
gets
talking about? It just came from the sky.
he gets hit. he's yelling. They're all flabbergasted, and then Candy's flung from the bushes, and they're like, "Candy, Candy!" One of the kids before the candy was thrown, is like he's cracking or something. What is he? He's breaking. He's breaking. Wonder what that were they actually breaking his bones, making a sound out of it?
Maybe. It's
Well,
also
I
the,
think
the, the kid with the bat doesn't even care about the candy. He's just like, yeah, I
No,
did it.
he's proud. He's the one that did it. Yeah.
yeah, I do like the gag of the cat wanting to take a bat to a kid's head, even if it's a little on the darker side of things. But I like that Conrad and Sally pull him away.
Yeah, how'd they get the cat
Good thing
down
he's neutered.
if he's right in the midst of all the kids?
They ran
It just,
around the kids.
I'm like, it just cuts.
Yeah, I mean, they did do a little cut shortcut there. Let's see, anything else that's act? I think that was it.
Favorite joke?
And there's some good jokes here. I think the swing set memory dream thing when he got hit is my favorite
With the
joke.
unicorn?
Yeah, the unicorn.
So
So funny.
let's see. I gotta scroll back and think about my favorite jokes because I didn't do that. Dang it. So, Senator Sprinks, you go first.
Rhode Island license plate.
Yeah,
Good one.
you said that earlier. Didn't give you enough time there?
It might be the super hydraulic instantaneous transporter. That might be my favorite joke.
The like acronym or the pulling the
Wait,
Jeep
that means,
or
whoa,
Hummer?
fast on the slow.
No, the acronym, not the pulling on the Jeep. 'Cause the Jeep is slow. That's the new name for it. The new acronym for it.
The shit joke. That's what he's
Yeah.
talking
Yes.
Let's see.
All right. I guess next act.
about. And I'm fine saying that if kids are watching, by the way. They can spell.
Yeah.
Depends on what age. If you're like 3 and listen to this podcast, what the heck are you doing?
Thank you for your support.
Honestly.
We appreciate it.
Watch Baby Shark or something. Actually, don't watch Baby Shark. Do something better with your
Stop
time.
hinting at what we're
Watch
covering
Jurassic
next
Park.
week. Quiet.
Watch Bluey.
I advocate for that. Watch Bluey.
This needed to be the right show.
Watch Billy and Mandy.
Okay, now we're just saying
That's
whatever.
a good one.
Purge the Cowardly Dog.
All right.
Another good one.
Count the hat.
The next joke before we move on, I think I would probably pick is maybe the fence gag. Fence gag is pretty funny.
Just the falling
And
over
I
fence?
the runner up, and then he needs the kids' help.
Oh, okay.
Turkey
I
Host
think,
runner for me.
yeah,
Always
I think it's the
talking.
timing of the Rhode Island's joke that got me. That I thought that's what made it funny. I don't know if it was necessarily the quality of the joke, because it's the like.
Well, like time freezes, so he can make the change.
Yeah, exactly. It's the interrupting the the screaming for him to notice. I think that's why I enjoy that joke as well. There's a few good ones here.
Oh.
And with that,
I just one more thing. Sorry, throw it in there. The car accident they went in, useless airbag hat, and
yeah,
his plan was to crash
useless
the car
brakes.
and
Don't forget
potentially
that.
kill the kids.
Airbag's a little
died.
slow. That's what these tests are for.
Yeah, that's where the omniscient God comes in, because that's otherwise I have a lot of issues with that, and I do have a lot of issues with it as it stands.
He's fine with
still a risk.
hurting kids.
Oh, I think he's. I mean, there is totally an interpretation where you can walk away from this film thinking he's absolutely evil, and I'm totally understand it, and I'm totally okay with it if people do.
I don't know if he's evil. He's just dumb. Gosh, what's the word?
He's in his own interests. He's like a Loki character, right?
No, but there's a word for that.
Self-interested.
Kinda, but he's still interested in the kids. It's just something like, it's not empathetic. It's just like if they get hurt, he goes, "Oh, walk it off," kind of thing. Like, I don't know. I can't recall.
He
what that
lacks
is.
empathy.
Maybe.
Next act is
Here to the end.
yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot happens here.
Anything from the hippie gag to the end. There is a lot that happens here. Yes. So, Springs, when do you start us off?
Paris Hilton is a cameo. Why?
That is something I said I looked up in the beginning. I hinted I looked up something. No answer.
Great.
Nothing. I'm like, okay, maybe she knew someone who worked on there and did a favor, or she was at a studio and they're like, hey, you want to do a little cameo? Nothing. I found nothing. She's just there.
Watching the movie this time, I just went, wait, what? What?
Yeah,
Like, out of
couldn't
all
say it.
It's definitely that
cameos?
kind of film where you go, wait, what?
I tried looking up, but found nothing. It's very peculiar.
And to make sure I'm thinking of the right person, Paris Hilton's the person he tries to dance with, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the blonde girl.
Yeah, okay.
Who gets one, like, 2-second front shot to indicate who it is, and then the rest is over her shoulder.
I will say there's more of her in the deleted scenes. There's a lot. There's 16 minutes of deleted scenes for this one.
Well, at least it wasn't an instance where it's like, I was in the movie. It's like, oh, we cut out your whole part.
Oh man,
Like Saruman in Return of the King.
there's a character in this movie in that 16 minutes that had a lot of screen time that got cut.
It's Kate.
It's funny how you drop in hints.
It was Kate.
In this?
In the
What are you talking
16
about?
minutes, you just said a character that's been cut out a lot. Like, it's Kate.
There's a character that's not in this movie at all, but in the deleted
Oh,
scenes.
that's what you're saying. So cut
They've
out of
been
the
completely
movie.
cut.
Okay.
Yeah, and they had a good amount of screen time. It was completely cut. Poor guys.
Hey, at this party, other people were wearing the Cat in the Hat hat. But, Crimson, you said he was born with it.
That's what the certificate thinks.
So are these siblings? Or is it like a
They're
mythical
very different
creature?
hats. Those are like cheap felt hats. He's got a high quality hat.
Yeah, but is it like? But it's the same identical hat, not the exact hat like the Magic and Knot. It's imitation. But is it like when people wear, I don't know, goat horns or something? It's like they're not actual goat horns, but it's reminiscing a goat horn. Like, is that the same with these hats? It's like this is this mythical creature's born thing. Like the
I would
people
say if
with
this
the
seems
hats
more
know
professional,
what it
yeah.
is. It's not just a common party hat in this world.
I'll just read my notes. Cat related hats. What the fuck? Is this hat a staple of this world? Are we in another dimension now? What the fuck is happening? Is this just luck? Convenience?
I
I'm
fully
with
believe
you.
this is not our dimension. This is not the human
I've
world.
never
This is
understood
not
this part.
Earth. This is a Who-verse. Well, not Who. Sorry, not Who-verse. This is a Seuss-verse of somewhere.
Yeah, I've never understood this. I always thought, and I never fully believed it, is just the Cat in the Hat constructed this party. He made
Yeah.
it.
Oh, I completely agree with that because I even then I have no idea how Larry found it and teleported inside. Granted, it's not hard to spot them going into a fucking little like hole thing or whatever.
Yeah.
But I still have issues with him getting there like so quickly and not being surprised by anything that's going on.
Yeah, it's definitely one of my biggest issues because I just don't see the purpose,
The
and they
believability
don't
of
explain
everyone
it.
around you.
Oh, the
Well, the
purpose
purpose
is
is
the
the hat
hat.
swap,
Yeah, the
but
purpose
they
of the
Yeah.
hat
could have
swap,
done
that's not
something
a
else
hat
with it.
swap.
Yeah, the hat swap I didn't buy for a single second because the hat's still changing every other fucking scene,
Yeah, but it's not
every
doing
other
magical
shot.
stuff after that.
Something I
Yeah,
didn't like, which is actually a writing thing, and I can see it as like it's just out of respect, but I didn't like it, was when Conrad's smart enough to ask the Things for help, and then Thing 1 says, okay, let's go Chocolate Thunder, but Kat stated earlier that Thing 1 specifically says like one name for a purpose and use, but that goes against that for Thing 2. So to me, it's either that's Thing 1 not fitting character, or Kat lied to the kids when translating what Thing 1 said.
I don't remember him saying that.
Is when Conrad's
What?
looking over his shoulder at the crate, but Cat's going on that like Thane 1 wants to be called Thane 1 and only Thane 1 because you're supposed to, because one name in specific, like of Thane 1's character, of like you get one name, you're sticking to that, while Thane 2 has 7+ names, and that Thane 1 or yeah Thane 1 indicates Thane 2 as Chocolate Thunder. It to me is either an issue on that part of Thane 1's character or on Cat for lying.
I think potentially misinterpreted it, or I'm misremembering the line you're referring to of Thing One wants to be called Thing One because they view themselves as number one. That's what that line's supposed to convey.
Yes, no, that's a start of that. Yeah, that's an
Yeah,
importance of being number one, and they want number one. But then Cat continues of like, this is their name, they're sticking to this name. I don't have the full line right now, and it
yeah. And
slightly
then two
dissolves
had
as
preferred
Conrad's looking at the
names,
box. Yeah,
had options. So I'm not seeing the part where Thing One breaks character or the cat lied.
to me, I see it as the possible breaking character because if that's what Thane 1's initial thought is, that you get the name you're stuck with, then he would have addressed Thane 2 as Thane 2 and not Chocolate Thunder. But
No,
by
no, no.
saying Chocolate Thunder, I have that as Cat saying Thane 1's purpose of you stick with your name and this is the name you get is not true.
No. Thing One views himself as number one. Like he's
Yes,
the best. He's number one. He doesn't care if number two is number two. He just cares that he is number one. That
that's
they
not
are
what I
not.
get with the continuation of what Cat was saying.
Uh, well, I can't say much more. I'd have to bring the scene up. I don't know how you remember it, writer.
Is this the scene
I've
where
seen
they
I've seen
drive
this
up
movie
in
a
This is a
lot.
Larry's
writer
car?
So
situation, so because this
Is
could
this
be
the scene where they drive up in Larry's car?
uh
we're talking about the
no.
introduction of
This is
current
Oh,
when Conrad says you need to go stop mom or don't stop mom. And they're like, okay, stopping mom, and then it's subtitled a bit of Thane 1 saying, let's go Chocolate Thunder. But by saying that, is that damaging onto the cat or Thane 1?
um, how? Okay, so Cat in the Hat lists all the names that Thing Two goes by, right?
Yes.
One of them being Chocolate Thunder.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, why is this bad on Thing One?
Again, Thane 1, by Cat's translation of what Thane 1 is saying, of that Thane 1 is number one and wants to stay as one, and the names are, you're stuck to your name and you're sticking to the said name, which I took as Thane 1's idea is Thane 2 is Thane 2. Thane 2 wants to be called all these other things, Ben and Chocolate Thunder or whatever, but it's like, we are Thane 1, you are Thane 2, this is what we're sticking to, of what Cat's translating. So, being that Thane 1 calls Thane 2 by Chocolate Thunder, I don't know if that's Thane 1 breaking that of what Cat said, or what Cat said is a lie to the kids of the translation.
I don't know why you're taking it as an absolute that if Thing One sees themselves as number one, they must see
No,
number two as
Crimson,
having to
that
be
is the
number two.
first two sentences that Cat says
I'm
about that,
looking at
which
the
I'm
scene
agreeing
right
with you.
now, and I'm not seeing any of these issues.
Yeah, I don't have the line set of the continuation of what he's saying while we're seeing the shot of Conrad looking over his shoulder to look at the box.
Okay, I have it right here. So the shot in line you're referring to, Thing One says he's Thing One for a reason, comma, and some people should just get used to it. It's a thing. You wouldn't understand.
Yeah,
That's it. I'm. I don't get it. I don't get where the
Yeah,
lie or
however
the
he
out
wants
of
to sing,
character thing
I
is.
don't think there's an issue
I,
with anything that you brought up, Springs. The reason
Thing
for
One
that is
says he's a
because
Thing One for a reason,
yeah, and then Thing
and
Two
some
immediately
people should just get
clarifies.
used to it.
Yeah, Thing Two immediately clarifies as well that because she is that they are thing 2, that they are in no way inferior to thing 1, they just prefer the litany of other nicknames. Yeah, I don't think that's an issue.
All right.
Gone back and checked the scene, and I'm not seeing it. What you're describing.
Hey, audience already knows. It happens. This
Yeah.
has occurred multiple times.
The thing is just teleport there. I can assume that's just they're related to the cat, so I can.
They
Well,
got
they stole Conrad's car
Well, they have
too,
super
and they stole
speed, but this also
Lauren's
shows
car.
that they have super hearing.
It's at the level of speed where it's like teleporting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the cat already does teleport, so I
Because
don't really
that,
have.
yeah, because
Well,
we know it's 3 miles, which is
no,
why I set it up
it
earlier.
has to be teleporting because they show up in Larry's car. It's
Mhm.
not just them on themselves.
Yeah.
Super hearing, teleportation, all jumbled together with them there.
I guess I have an issue with this because it's the idea. It's strange that Conrad wouldn't have tried this immediately after they are told explicitly the rule of how the things work.
I don't
That's kind of where I take a bit I take a bit of an issue.
I don't know if it was priority to test all that. Other things were going on.
Yeah, I definitely think it's possible. It's within his character to do it, but I don't
Oh,
think it's
they
outside the
immediately
realm of possibility that he didn't do it
well,
either.
if they're gonna go fetch the dog, they would have asked for them to clean the house and tidy it up before they, come back.
Well, they kind of did because they got the things to cover for them when
Yeah,
Miss
with Miss
Kwan's awake.
Kwan. So they did have the things do stuff while they were hunting the dog.
But we never see them ask to do that. Because again, that could be interpreted that the
And considering
things
they
do
have
it on
super
their own
speed, it's
doing.
strange they don't ask them to go after the dog.
That's also true.
This is kind of approaching one of my
Unless they took the dog up on their own responsibility. But then you could also go to Sally, where she's told the cat, like, demanding, you made this mess, you got to clean it up. The thing's throwing Nevins out the window. Sally could have been, you threw the dog, you go get him.
and once she
Well,
learns the opposite rules, they could ask her in that way.
Conrad was for getting the dog. Sally was for staying to call mom. And this is for Conrad's growth of taking responsibility for his actions. So I think it makes sense for him to go for the dog. Um, and
Yeah,
then
but
it goes back
Conrad's
to
also the
you
kind
brought
of
up
person,
Sally.
and it's Conrad's also the kind of person to get to
Some-
look for the easy way out of things. Still, at that point in the film,
And Conrad could think, if he doesn't get the dog, Larry's going to get the dog. Conrad doesn't want to see Larry.
I mean, yeah, that's even more reason to get the dog now.
right? But wouldn't you ask the things? Because you at this point he already knows they're super fast.
If anyone's going to ask the things, I think it would have been Sally.
I feel like I want to use the argument Ryder uses all the time, and they're kids.
Could go with that too.
Okay,
They didn't think about that.
yeah, that's true. It's an excuse, but they're also kids. So why didn't they do that? Because that's a very kid thing to do. It's one of the simplest things in the world to test out, and kids love to do that.
I think they were, well, it wasn't a fun, jolly situation of like, oh, actually, let's do this. It was a very more panicked, like the whole, we got to
His
call
reaction.
mom. Like Conrad's answer is, no, we go get the dog, is to stop the mom being called by the fish and Sally.
I think,
So I think it was
like, mind
narrow-minded.
mind you, I think if they see the things as more of a much larger problem, then I don't have much of an issue. And I do think they see the things as a problem. But now that they know how to control the things because the cat explicitly told them how to control the things, I
Well,
just don't like that it's used later on as like the big revelation.
it's also the cat saying it. I'm not saying they distrust the cat entirely, but also like, could that make matters worse? Could it be like a whole bunch of
Well, then why
variables
would you
that they don't?
trust it to fix it when he doesn't have his magic hat at the end? That lends into a different problem.
It does.
Something here breaks. I'm just not sure what.
I'm going with the second instance of calling upon the things at that moment. And then Cat being like, "When do you get so smart?" It's like it was not really a thinking thing. Cat gave him the answer.
The reason I focused more on the scene before of why they didn't use the things earlier because it's such an obvious solution is because I think that would better support the conclusion. Rather than making it a twist, it would just be something that helps them out here in their moment of need. And I'd rather have that than make it a larger issue here at the end with it being the revelation.
And Crimson, where do you lean?
No, no, I've never really seen it as too much of an issue because I could totally see them overlooking not asking for things to get the dog. I could, like I said, I see Conrad wanting to take action and fix the issue himself. At this point in the movie, he's not completely fixed of his uh, craziness, but he is growing at this point still. Uh, so I don't really have issues with that. I get what you're saying, where it kind of feels cheapened that the things are the solution, even though technically the solution was presented earlier in the film, and Conrad didn't really come with the solution the cat did.
If it
Uh,
was a like a riddle that they solved in order to control the things, I think that would solve it in the sense that they don't have immediate control from what like if for example it was a rhyme or whatever that gave a hint or a clue as to how they could control the things. I don't think I'd have any issue. It's just because they gave the it's because it's the presentation of the thing being the solution is so clear cut earlier on in the film that it being the super revelation at the end is a problem. Like that's what they use to fix everything. Even if they delegated tasks to the things and they showed that, I wouldn't have an issue either.
I'll have to sit on it.
Like in the second instance, calling upon it, where we see the things come in and help. What if that didn't work?
Oh well, then they're screwed. Well, or the cat can teleport
The
them.
cat
I guess.
planned all
Yeah,
this anyways.
yeah. Well, again, a lot relies on the cat being super omniscient.
Kind
I
of
don't
have
want
to
to become
assume that
over
with a
reliant
lot of
on
this
that.
stuff.
Yeah, I don't
I
want
don't
to
know,
become over
there's a
reliant.
lot that's out of his hands if he isn't
Yeah,
omnipotent.
That's where they could have had the kites, and then the cat drinks smoke and blows wind, and they parasail their way back home or something. I don't know.
That is so cheesy. I don't think the milk needs this big payoff. Like you're kind of leaning it towards. Um, it was just for a burping joke.
we get a Universal Studios joke. That
That's
was
that's something. That is straight out of
Or a
Wayne's
mummy
World.
ride that isn't there anymore.
yep. Uh, the
And they never
Quan,
made a Cat in the Hat ride.
the Quan coaster, man.
That's not
I
true.
would have.
That's not true.
There is a Cat in the Hat ride.
This Cat in the Hat ride?
Not this movie, but there is a
There is a
Cat in the
Okay,
Cat in
Hat
the
that's what
ride.
I'm
Hat
referring
ride.
to.
It's just not,
Yeah,
this one.
I'm referring to this.
No, not based off of this movie.
I'll talk about the hippie stuff because I think it's my favorite joke in the movie.
Alright.
It's so good. Uh,
Like I said, my
especially
only
with
issue is the
today's
start of it because I actually like the
today's
rest of it.
climate. I think it's just so funny that this was made in 2003 because you can't really you probably can't do this joke anymore. Well, especially not in a kids movie, but in general, it's a risky joke. The canine American, because you know exactly what they're referencing with that.
Yeah.
Great.
I like the joke as well. Like I said, my only issue was just the start of it. Otherwise, I think the joke is great.
I
Probably not
don't.
my
Probably not your favorite. Um,
it's probably not my favorite gag in the film, but it's high up there for me.
and I don't like how the two-handed pin isn't used two-handed.
Yeah, he uses it one handed over the shoulder to hold
It's
while
very
holding the
skilled
contract.
how he did it.
Yeah.
It wouldn't work that way, but good on him. Um, and this was the part I thought, Sprinks, you were talking about a green screen because I'm pretty sure Lawrence is green screened right there with the pen.
Oh, maybe. I didn't catch that one.
You get like the fuzzy effect around him pretty much the whole time there.
That'd be weird if that's green screen because that's a real set.
Yeah, I, um, I don't know why it would be green screen, but it had that fuzzy effect around him.
Yeah, there's a few shots like that where I question like, why is this green screen?
It's weird.
That is one of them. Potentially one of them.
Hmm.
Detail cut is of the things going up to the car to talk to Joan. It's using the Dragnet theme. David Newman, who composed this movie, did do the Dragnet theme.
Nice. I like that Joan is the kind of person to pull over and take her time with the police, which I like. I like that Lawrence just immediately runs off because he doesn't want to let the kids win.
He doesn't run off. He robs a police vehicle to him.
We don't know if that's a real police vehicle. It's the
He
things.
sees it as a police vehicle.
Oh,
That's
does
my
he?
point. Is it? I mean, it's a cop. It's a police bike,
Uh,
and he doesn't know those aren't police.
It is a
that's
police
fair.
motorcycle.
Yeah.
I don't know
Okay.
how he
Yeah.
beat
Yeah.
them.
Yeah. I have no idea how he
Yeah,
beat
that's
them
also
either.
an issue on here.
But then
I mean,
again, the
even
cat
if
could have
he
just
beats,
teleported them. But
even if he passes them on the bike, they would have seen him pass. It's like
yeah.
a straight road. Um,
My favorite throwaway line while they're before they get pulled over is Lawrence is talking about the
oh, I
military
know what you're
school.
saying.
Yeah, and he's like, "Look, Joan, they don't beat them every day."
Every day.
My
I never
reaction to
picked
my
up on that
notes is
before.
what a line! Holy fuck!
Yeah, I never heard that. I listened with subtitles as I do for the pod, and I never picked up on that one.
That was a good one. That made me chuckle. So dark.
Yeah, it's not every day.
Is Larry beating him to the house make it Larry can teleport?
I mean, that's just the continuity problem
Okay,
or
that's what I'm.
Yeah,
teleportation issue.
I
That
think that's just
I'm not going to
continuity problem.
attribute
yeah.
powers. That's
I'm
not.
definitely gonna label that one as a continuity
That's
issue.
an error.
Because
Make
if
it
Larry had powers, man would have just teleported after falling into a vat of purple juice. Cupcake batter. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
just an error. And another error within that same scene of him showing up, the kids and the cat drive up with the driveway. The kids then leave out of the car, and the cat and hat's not in the car anymore.
Yeah, he
He
just
just
Yeah,
teleports.
he's gone.
poof out of existence.
Yeah, exactly. He just
He
poof
gets
cartoonishly.
what I think is the scariest shot in this film
The
when he
turn, right?
taps Alec on or taps Larry on the shoulder and he turns. Something about that is very unsettling. I don't know if it's the lighting used or just the shot used. It's like out of a horror movie.
I
That
mean,
was the
it's
intention.
definitely from Lawrence's point of view, it is a horror movie at that point.
Spooky.
Judas Priest.
Yeah, what a
Yeah.
line.
I had the cat says he has no idea how to reach the crate or what direction it is without his hat, and then I put a parenthesis. This is fixed because it is his hat. Because my issue is with that is because he immediately knows where to go and what to do, which is ride the Quan coaster, as it were.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
survived the
mean
Quan.
they followed the front door mat, and
Yeah.
the house
So
is still there in some abstract fashion.
yeah. How do you feel about that? We know how you like abstract art, Crimson. So
It's well done here with the sets. They didn't have to make sets for this, but they did, and it's a really
yeah,
good thing they
this
did.
is strange. This is gonna sound really weird. It reminds me of the inside of some of the Disneyland rides. In a good way, like it feels like a real coaster almost, and a lot of the set shots when they're going around slowly and things like that.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Sure, inspiration was taken from it. I'd go with the Jurassic Park world or Jurassic Park slash Jurassic World ride, being that's Universal property of a water ride.
Yeah, I, I'm making a whatever. I'm just gonna let that one go. uh, I
Got
have
an
no idea how
issue?
Conrad pulled the lid over the thing
Pure
when it was such a
willpower.
struggle to close. And his sister flew up, and he was still open when that happened, and he's suddenly able to stand on top of it. I have no idea how he managed to do that.
He's very dense. You know,
Is
I
that
don't know.
it?
He should have been flown up in the air with her. I don't know. Yeah, my issue with the box, other than obviously that, is where the items go, because they're like they're going away, but obviously by the end when the whole house is repaired, nothing's lost. We see the TV get sucked away, but the TV's back at the end. It all comes back. So if Sally got sucked up, she would have just been fine, I guess.
The whole house
Uh,
combusts, but Connor and Sally are totally unscathed, and they're just like in the perfect little section not to get injured.
Cat planned on
Oh yeah, yeah.
it. That's exactly where the tornado was too, where all the damage would be.
Yep.
Sally's the only thing that fell from that tornado too.
That's true. They didn't get hit by anything that was falling down. Uh, it's convenient, lucky, plot armor. Take your pick.
Yep, all the above.
Um, all the above, or take your pick. Yeah. Uh, but at this point, the kids have had enough. You know, and they want to. The cat is comes across as very callous for wanting to continue being chaotic, which again is leading to this whole being a part of his omniscient plan.
I gotta agree with him with the new ball smell though. It's a good smell.
Yeah, I also agree with that. As someone who used to play tennis all the time, that's one of my favorite things was just opening a fresh can of tennis balls because it was so fun. The seal, the crack of it was like opening a soda can, except more satisfying.
Sounds like something I gotta do. Never done that.
You've never opened or smelled a tennis ball?
I've smelled a tennis ball, but not a fresh
Oh,
one.
okay.
Just
Yeah, yeah. Part of like opening the seal on the container, it just feels so satisfying in the smell that hits you. Like I said, it's for me, it's more satisfying than that soda can feeling opening the crack and crisp. You know,
yeah.
it's a very very particular feeling.
I think it's
Uh,
has a comical. I don't know what the word is. I guess cheesy of using just a scene of an early 2000s song cover lyrical rad song scene. You know, it's not a montage, but just like
when
some
they're cleaning.
yeah,
Up tempo pop tune, as he
yeah.
put it.
I can't put it. It took me to
Um,
Over the Hedge
It's one I've
because
seen.
there's a scene like
it's
that in it.
definitely a cliche. I don't have an issue with it though. It serves a
I mean,
purpose here.
they address it
Yeah,
directly, which I
They
think
the
yeah
makes it
addressing
better.
of it is the joke of it. So
yeah. Um,
We get the
I
phenomenon back, and
that's
everybody's
true.
back, it
just
was never gone.
right.
Yeah, still made in the Philippines. I gonna touch on the kids agreeing to share the blame. Um, and I think that is a nice bow, I guess, on the arc that they're supposed to go on. Whereas Sally has learned to loosen up and go with the flow, and Conrad has learned that pure chaos is not a good thing because that's exactly what the cat's been doing the entire time, pretty much.
Mhm.
Um, good stuff. As far as the, because they start out very very antagonistic towards each other at the beginning. Sally questions whether they're related constantly, um, and I think it's they've come around to accept each other because they've been working together all this time. And I don't really have to read much into the film for to get that sort of payoff. They did a good job with the two of them agreeing to share the blame, and they've clearly repaired a significant portion of their relationship.
Yeah, the three of them live happily ever after, jumping on couches.
I guess an issue I had because it plays just to the plot of the movie and not an actual function or reason given that I picked up. Why Joan parked so far away from her house?
No idea. That's my. I have no idea why she did that either. She has a driveway.
She did it
Just use
just
it.
to give time for them to
No, it actually she doesn't
finish.
have a driveway, does she?
No, she does, because that's where
Mm,
Cat parks the slow, or not slow, Larry's car. We'd even still seen
that's
No,
Larry's car
Larry's
in the
car is from
no,
his
that's
driveway.
house,
Larry's
right?
driveway. Yeah,
That's
that's
Larry's
Larry's
driveway.
driveway.
They park
Because
it
I'm
in
thinking,
Larry's
I'm thinking
driveway
about
and
the.
run up to their house.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm thinking about the straightaway to the straightaway shot from down the street, zooming into the house. I don't remember there seeing a driveway. It's just the house, and then she parks her car outside.
yeah, she has it in front when he sleds through the door, hits it. When she leaves to go to work and looks at Larry going to work, that's his driveway.
Yeah.
Next to the house. That's the same driveway at the end here.
Oh, okay. I thought that was
So
their
I don't,
driveway, but
I
even
don't
still,
think
she
she
parks down the
has.
road
I agree.
and walks up.
I don't know why she is. It's to give them time. Cat in the Hat predicted that they needed time to clean up.
Nah, that was a movie moment.
Definitely a movie moment. uh,
I caught Mrs.
Here's how
Kwan.
they cleaned all the glass and stuff.
I caught Mrs.
and then
Kwan falling
the
asleep
cat
in the
cleans the
background,
house.
standing up. So I think she might have narcolepsy.
Yeah, Quan has some issues.
Yeah.
She
Takes a
slept
lot of
through
abuse and
all this.
yeah, takes a lot of abuse. Woke up in perfect health with no bruises
She's a
and no
superhero.
head trauma.
She's
Pretty sure
just
she'd
an
be dead actually.
angel.
Angel.
Also, I'm gonna put my foot
Yeah.
down. I don't like it. They reuse the anything joke. Not a fan.
Anything?
When is it
Wait,
reused?
why? Wait, why?
At the end.
Why?
Yeah, when?
What do you mean when? At the end, when they're looking out the window at the party. When the mom looks over at them and says, Sally, you make great cupcakes. And she's like, yeah, you can make them out of anything. She's like, anything? Anything. It's reused.
It's used more than once, though.
Where's the third instance?
Third instance. When is that rule thing for you?
It's not a rule. I'm just asking. You said it was used again. Where?
I'm saying you don't like
He's
things when
making
they're
fun of
used
your rule
once.
number one. Your rule one.
So they
Okay.
used the
Whoa,
joke
whoa, whoa,
twice.
whoa.
That makes
Okay.
it better, right?
No. And I'm kind of curious why you didn't catch me earlier when we talked about what was it? Sally bringing it up to Conrad. Sounds familiar. And Ryder and I both said it's good. She only said it once and it was like overused.
Oh, I picked up on it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. My rule for one isn't resulted of every single aspect of a film made as one. My rule one
It
usually
comes down
only
to why.
my rule one usually always focuses, or not you. Yeah, usually I think focuses on camera work for me, because then
No.
for me it's the creativity point of
Okay.
something used.
No, you've definitely used it beyond camera work.
Oh, I know I
before.
have. That's why I said usually. I figure I use it more on camera work than anything else. I'm not saying specifically.
And I wouldn't label that thing as once that you brought up with Sally commenting at Conrad sound familiar, because that's clearly been their dynamic the whole film. It's a reference to things that happened previously. So that's not an isolated incident. She's called Conrad on his BS before. Conrad. What did I say?
No, yeah, it's Klondike, corn dog, whatever. Okay, that's something I didn't pick up, Ryder. I didn't know there was other instances of lines used like that from Sally.
Oh yeah, she calls Conrad out on his BS before, so that's not a one-time use. It's one time she says that in that way specifically, but it's not a one-time use in terms of like how they're dynamic.
Oh, that's where I was confused. Okay, that's what I'm confused. Yeah, that I agree with you on. The use of it, of the haven't heard that before, kind of like, was it condescending or whatever, onto Conrad to like learn of like something like that, I think is only one-time use. But are you saying there's more of that Sally does to Conrad?
You mean like being condescending?
Yeah,
And
like
calling
Conrad
him out on
doing
his
something.
BS?
She goes, "Oh wow,
Oh
sounds
yeah,
just like
absolutely.
mom."
Right before he goes down the stairs. She's calling him out.
Oh, I guess I missed that connection. Well, for me, it was still a one-time use that I saw of that, but I thought it was fitting because if it was more, then it was overhanded and it's just reused lines out of Sally that make her very
It's
robotic.
not. It's they're not reusing lines, but like I said, the idea behind the line is still there. They have that dynamic.
No, Ryder, that's where this confusion is happening right now. I'm agreeing with
I
you
know.
that the dynamic of the two characters throughout is Sally trying to put Conrad in place because of who she is and what Conrad does. The line used of the instance of the example I'm giving is her telling Conrad, like, wow, that sound familiar? Or, wow, what would mom think? Or, man, what, trying to get like an aggravation out of Conrad or something. Like the way she says it is like think smarter or mature, act your age, something along those lines of what she's doing. But it seems to be like an aggressive tone of sorts, and to me
She's
that was
pressing her point home. Yeah.
isolated only once.
Okay.
But it fit the
Yeah.
dynamic overall of what was going on between the two. Any Hoosers, the last anything
Uh,
joke, I thought it was
back to the
yeah.
yeah. Back to the anything thing. Having just rewatched it, I don't think it's over the top. I'm okay with it. It's not great, but it's okay. It's okay.
Okay. I also don't think it's over the top. It's not like in your face, like, oh, look what we just did. It's more subtle than that.
It's an inside joke now between the two of them.
Yes, for me, it's the use that the mom played along.
I mean, parents play along with kids stuff all the time.
They do, but it's a
That's what my answer would be. If a kid said they made some sort of bakery item out of anything, I think, really anything? And then I'd list off stuff. I'd play into it.
It just fell
I feel
flat
like
for
that's
me.
a pretty normal interaction between an adult figure and a child.
Is I'm just getting to hyper specifics now. Springs. Is it because the mom plays along? Is that what drags the joke out too long for you?
Kinda. I can see what Crimson's saying. That's not an unbelievability that that's a follow-up
Yeah.
line that would be
I
used.
Yeah, it's not out of character. I guess I'm just digging out like why does the joke not work for you? And that my question is more pertaining to like is the joke gone on too long now for you to have enjoyed it? Would be my
No, it's a reference back to already being used of the iconicity of the scene, which Sinister brought up, of that joke, and then being reused here is just a callback, which I guess helps in like their memory that they'll never forget the cat. But I just think it's weak to reuse something like that. With the mom playing along with it to me is the writing tool, even though believable, but the writing tool to get the full joke out of it of saying anything 3 times, so it is connected fully.
yeah. I mean the cupcakes are what obviously what prompts the line. Would you if they were to make a callback to another joke, what other joke would you rather have been called back to if that's also a part of the issue?
Um, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't think a callback joke needs to be made with the mom.
Maybe. I'm the reason I'm okay with the callback joke being done with the mom because they're still family, so they want to include their mom in something of like an inside joke. And obviously, we get to see them all enjoying the new couch conditions, as it were.
Okay.
All right, I was just curious.
Just didn't work for me.
Um, uh, do you have any questions, Crimson, or should we move on?
No, I had no issues with it.
Okay. Uh, I like the. I'm going to touch on the final shot of panning out before we see the cat as a narrator. Uh, I like seeing the mom having fun with her kids. It shows that because Sally gets one of the subtle things about the film is you can see the personality traits of both of them in the mother, however brief and however minute it is. Because Sally's obviously very meticulous with her work and obviously trying to make everything sure everything goes perfect for the party. And I think the fact that it shows that she also likes to have fun shows where Conrad gets a lot of that, uh, his want to have fun. So it's a very small family connection that I quite like, and it also just shows them having fun together. Because it's just nice little detail. I appreciate it at the end here.
Nice, wholesome wrap up for him. We'll bring up one of the most disgusting scenes ever. Uh,
Narrating.
Larry sneezing in
Oh,
his face, the gooey hand.
ugh.
It's so good. And the nerve of the man to propose to her as a last ditch effort is incredible. Marry me, Joan. He's still her neighbor though, so it's gonna be interesting to because there's no way he's done. He's gonna be like full stalker now, I think.
Yeah. He's gonna go the
They'll have to move.
Calabar route. I think.
Probably right, yeah.
I don't know if I like the cat as the narrator reveal at the end.
Interesting. You liked the narrator in the beginning, so this
I
reveal kind of
like the
soured it for you
narrator,
then?
but I don't like. I like the narrator, but I don't know if I like the cat as the narrator. If that makes sense.
You don't like the narrator being the cat.
Yeah.
If the narrator was its own out there thing, totally fine.
Yeah. It might just be because then it's definitely leaning into the cat being the evil mastermind behind the whole thing. I'm putting evil mastermind in quotes. I don't think he's wholly evil. Obviously, he's very chaotic, but not evil.
I mean, if this is the
Um,
case, which is what the movie's
Just
kind of
the
showing us, our
orchestrator.
first character introduction is the cat. Then
it's true. Um, but I don't know if I like it because I guess I like the narrator as a bit of detached piece of storytelling because of the role it served in the story in trying to kind of reset the tone for the audience.
Well, we don't have anything to support or deny it, but it could be the cat in the hat copying the narrator if you want to make it better for yourself.
It could be, but obviously I don't think that's the intention.
I'm
Not
agreeing with the
likely.
writer. With the reveal at the end, I don't think that was it. My question still stood though when the narrator is talking and we see the cat. Who is talking?
I mean, I said it could just be for the audience through his mind,
Telepath.
right? I mean, the
Could be.
the levels of power of the cat.
Mind
He
you, I
looks
I
at the
don't.
audience. He addresses the audience. Or fourth wall stuff. Totally within reason. He could have made the movie.
Could have.
He could have. It's true. With how much he's involved with the
He
meta
spawned in a
of the
boom
story.
mic operator.
And the cat and the things dance off into the sunset.
Off to Hawaii, maybe.
Off to Hawaii.
Which odd because the things went into the crate and he shrunk the crate and pocketed it, but then the things are walking out.
Well, I assume he's just keeping them around, and they're there because they're important to the story. I don't know. I'm surprised he didn't put them back once they were finished cleaning up everything. Anyway.
I mean, they're people. They're not Pokemon.
They're things.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Careful now.
Well, it's sunset, and when he put them in the box, it was not sunset yet. So clearly, some time passed.
He can control the weather.
We don't see him change it to sunset. I'm not going to assume he controls every single day and night cycle.
Well, Ryder brought up that one of the clocks was 5 minutes, or you brought it up 5 minutes behind.
Yeah. I brought that. Ooh, cat. It was more of a joke, but
Yeah, that was just the continuity error with the clock. Otherwise, they've been very consistent with it. I think I'm out.
as am I. How about
Looking
you,
over my
Springs?
notes. Let me just look over one more time.
Lookity dookity.
All
Yeah. Think I'm out.
right. Final jokes before we go into summary and ratings.
Hippie.
Well, should we do like joke of this
Joke
one
of
and
this
then
act.
joke overall?
Sure. Hippie and hippie would be your answer, Crimson.
Hippie and hippie? Yes.
Okay. Springs.
uh, Universal Studios plug. Overall, probably the cut the cameras for Son of a Bitch.
Uh, I would probably pick uh, from this act. Yeah, I'd pick. Despite my issue at the beginning, I'd probably still pick the hippie joke. And my overall is gonna be the shots joke from Sally. Deadpan delivery. Fucking landed really well with me.
How many shots? How many shots? Like I can't do his wheezy thing.
How many shots?
Good. Wow. Never heard you do that before.
Sorry, yeah. Is it good enough?
Oh
Don't
yeah.
collapse a lung.
All right. And I guess with that, we shall go to summary and ratings. Let's start with Crimson.
All right. So I will start with my subjective. Clearly, a movie I've seen a lot. Uh, Obviously, a movie I've laughed a lot at. A lot of the jokes are good. They get me. How much of that is childhood? Can't tell you, but it still affects me regardless. Uh, there's not much that annoys me other than the fish, which didn't really yield anything towards the end. I guess we didn't really talk about the fish, but
I mean, yeah.
guy
When Cat
just
leaves, he's
exists.
still
He
animated.
just exists. There was no real payoff with the fish. He's just there. Is he removable? Is the fish removable? He's he's primarily
Um,
there as like a punching bag joke for the cat, and
and
kind of
he's
an
also there
outside
as a bit of
influence on Sally, but it's not that much of an influence on her.
That's a great
Because he kind of
question.
just echoes her own thoughts anyway.
the purpose of the fish is to voice a lot of Sally's inner thoughts before Sally starts really going along with the cat, and then he's kind of reduced to the jokey side character. Um,
Do we
it's
need that?
close, but I'm gonna go
Is
with
Sally
no.
enough
I
on
don't
her
think
own?
it's removable.
I feel like Sally's enough on her own.
What the fish does, Sally would have to cover.
I mean, a lot of what he says, she usually agrees with, anyways.
True. I'm just saying,
and,
removing
and is
him,
already thinking
what
about.
he's saying, Sally has to say, or show
Yeah,
that that's what she's doing.
the benefit of having him there is so that Sally doesn't have to be the straight person of the group. She can also be a kid.
Would you see that as a difference in character, though, if Sally takes over the
Yeah,
fish's lines?
we'd be changing Sally's character, I think, if we remove the fish, which is why I'm against removing the fish. It's close, but I think he actually serves a purpose in keeping Sally's character intact.
Is there something in particular that makes him definitively keep? Like, you said if we removed him, she'd have to pick up the slack and it would change her character. What is there a scene that she'd have to pick up to do that?
The
Um,
flashback?
the the flashback
That
one. She would also
oh,
have to pick up a lot of the denial stuff. Like, see, they're not going to fall for your MTV bullshit. She'd have to pick up a lot of that sort of thing where it's complaining about like uh, the chaos of the cat and like the rules that are being violated. Pretty much, the fish is there to do that, and it allows her to be more amenable to being a kid and like joining them on the couch. And while I have issues with that, it would make that scene worse.
okay. Yeah, I think you got me.
Like I said,
All right, not removable.
it's close, but I think the fish has a purpose, unfortunately.
Back to objective. I didn't say my number, did I?
Okay.
I'm at an 8, close to 8.5, but I'm at an 8. So I was at an 8.5. I'd have to round it to a 9, and as much as I like it, it's not a 9. 8. Boom. Subjective. Objective. This one is kind of difficult, and there were a lot more issues going into this than I thought there would be. I thought it would be a pretty squeaky clean movie because I feel like a lot could have been explained away with the cat. but there were some issues here and there. There was a lot of continuity errors, more than average for what we catch typically, um, which is unfortunate. Positives, I usually don't start with those. Being set design is like top tier. Art direction is like really high. Costumes, anything to do with art, really, the visual medium, uh, is really good. The camera work I see is mostly average. There's some interesting shots, like the menacing or horror shot for like the cat with Lawrence. That's a good shot. Really conveys what's going on in bouncing between Larry and Lawrence. Whatever. I'll continue with the joke. Larry uh, uh, conveys his fear at the moment there, and I think all that stuff's good. With regards to the plot, it's very simple. There's not really an antagonist. Larry is a semi-antagonist. um, it's kind of just the kids themselves are the hurdles, kind of being Conrad. Uh, do you guys think Conrad's more of the antagonist, incidentally, than Larry?
I think the cat turns into an antagonist.
I think a
Once he
lot of
introduces the things and
characters,
takes a very hands-off approach,
a lot
I
of
think the
characters have
cat's more
traits
antagonist than
of being an
Conrad.
antagonist.
Conrad could be seen as an antagonist, I think, for the first half hour, and then obviously, I think the cat and Larry kind of take that away from Conrad to kind of show, I guess, his perspective on things.
I could even say Sally and the fish are antagonists. They want to stop the fun.
Yeah, they could be hurdles for Conrad, which could be an antagonist to some degree.
I think Joan's the only one without any antagonistic role.
Yeah, other than she was grounding her kid
Just
justly. So yeah, she's a good person. Um, I didn't really find too many out of character moments. I didn't. I couldn't figure out the thing. So just bring it up. So I'm gonna label that as okay as far as I'm aware. Sally not reading the contract, I do think is definitely within her character. She would read it. Yeah, whether or not she'd sign it, she is getting looser. Sure, she'd sign it, maybe, but she would absolutely read it. The magic system, the powers in this have virtually no rules, um, which usually bugs me. And it can bug me here in certain scenarios where, like the telekinesis stuff, or but could it kind of makes it annoying. But, it's a tricky one. I think overall the magic's okay. I'm rambling as I tend to do. My score did change from a 7.5 to a 7.
all right. Springs.
Perfect. I'm glad you saved yourself for last.
I assumed
Yeah,
that everyone wants to save me for last.
good job, good job. I'm going to start with my objective. Funny enough. Not funny enough. I usually start with objective. I don't know why I said that. Objective. Let's see. I think a production designer being a director really helps the case of everything in the production design being top tier, which what Crimson said is like stuff in the background is good detailing and very well done, and I praise it. I think that's great for that. Um, which not to denote those who are production designers in films already, but when you're the head honcho of what you want your film to be, I think it gets the extra mile of what can get across the green light. So acting, fine, average on par. I think it's okay. I don't know why it popped in my head. When I brought up the brother and sister thing of Conrad and Sally, the actors, Spencer, gosh, Sinister said it like 3 times. And Dakota Fanning, not related, but Spencer is the brother to um, Abigail Breslin, who is I forget her name, but the young girl in Zombieland. They are siblings.
Oh, I can see the relation. Okay.
Spencer and Abigail Breslin. That's what it was. Let's see. CGI, I'm gonna call that average because there's times where I think it looks fine and good, and other times where I think it's terrible. Um, the cat makeup, very well done. Definitely beats the cats and cats. I think that's really good. Um, I like the good detail of the clocks in the background to actually show time passing throughout the day. I like the lighting. I think is all good for indoor and outdoor shots. It's definitely can tell it's set of the neighborhood, but I think that's still fine. Fits with the very cartoonish, zany world we're in. Let's see. Cinematography. There's shots that are. I think. I don't think there's a bad shot in the film. Actually, I think all the shots are very fine to good. Only one transitional piece I picked up, which was clunky with the editing, but other than that, not a lot of transitional pieces. Editing, fine, on par. Um, I know I'm always forgetting something. Oops. Um, I have it at a 6.5. Like it's okay. Subjectively, the one everyone's been curious about. Um, and my main thing of this film, which I wrote down, this movie is chock full of nonsense humor, which is usually my vein of humor that I like. Something so left field that it's a big like what kind of feel, which is funny in the moment to laugh at. This movie has a ton of that. So it's right up my wheelhouse, one would think. But to me, the world is unbelievable of being a functioning world, and it's so filled of wacky and zacky characters that the world is so weird. That's why the whole continuity errors of the cat I overlooked of just that's just cat's magic or things he can do of like pull things out of thin air like the phonometer and all that, and the Conrad and Sally don't question it when it's right in front of them or see the cat under the bed and he's right behind them and then where the one under the bed go and they don't question it. It just happens and stuff like that. I just go, that's the characters, that's the world. Situations like this occur. Everyone's weird. So being the nonsense humor that comes across in the film to a reality audience of what we interpreted and see in the world, everything's fit to that. So all to me, it was all kind of same joke tone by that. Of course, there are some crude jokes, there's some potty humor, there's some language jokes, but to me, all this zany stuff like that was very all toned to me, which didn't come across as funny because it didn't feel very left field of a joke if the world is that left field to me. Um, so I did look back at some of the scorings of things we've done before, and I looked at Chippendale Rescue Rangers, which I have at a 3. This movie's plot and lesson to me is better and more enjoyable. And I think the song numbers of, I guess, the two the cat do of fun and then the cleanup song, and then even if I want to throw in the lyrical song that happens during the cleaning at the end, all outbeat the whale rap. So
Why would you remind us of that?
I'm just
Oh
letting
my
you know.
gosh.
So I have Cat in the Hat at a 3.5, on par with Left Behind.
Kind of painful, but all right.
Could have been
I knew it was gonna be
worse.
low.
It's not. It's better than Velma. It's better than Mars Needs Moms. It's. I don't like it, but it's not painful for me to watch. This wasn't something I had to pause and leave and come back. I sat through it all. I've seen it multiple times, but it's not something that's like actively hurting me in a way. So 3.5.
A question, because you said every time you saw this, it kind of degraded. What do you think your initial rating was?
Oh, first time I saw this movie,
Subjectively,
I'd
yeah.
probably give it a 7.5.
Okay.
I guess that just leaves me.
The one I'm excited about, because you didn't really reveal much, honestly. I
I
don't know
was
where
tr-
you're gonna lie on here.
yeah, I was trying to keep it as ambiguous as possible, so I'm happy it worked. All right, so the plot. I think I'm going to start with my objective. I think the plot is Centered around the characters in a good way. It can come across as very, very chaotic, but I think the characters are kind of the reason the plot continues in a particular direction. The cut being the most chaotic element with regards to the plot. And then obviously I brought up questions with regarding the things and how their deliberate choice to ignore like the obvious a solution that was given to them in order to push the plot forward to get to a specific point at the end. That's why I brought it up pretty much. Um, and there is plot armor. There are plot holes that could be construed as continuity errors. Um, and those are kind of riddled in the script. It feels it's not death by a thousand cuts, but there's enough that I could definitely see some cuts in sort of the structure of the plot. However, that being said, it's still very functional in terms of the wackiness of this world. There's little minor details that I quite like in terms of uh, characters uh, learning as well. The way Sally learns to dodge the cat's tail after being hit by it once, and then Conrad's the one to get struck by it, is a little small detail that I really, really like. Um, there is the world building. Um, the world building pretty much falls apart if the cat isn't omniscient, and lots of damages can be applied to the characters if the cat isn't omniscient. And I mean the plot, world building, and character work of everyone else strictly relies on this being the sole thing that defines the film, because the oscillation would be a difference of at least 3 to 4 numbers on my scale if the cat's not omniscient. Um, so that's does lean into a bit of a problem that I do have with the cat being so centralized, focused, and it being omniscient. It works in a lot of cases, but obviously he's risking people's lives, which again brings up the sinister aspect. Um, and it's it's trending towards problem with me as far as the cat is concerned. It doesn't quite. It's not character assassination. I don't think anything reaches that point, but there's enough here to be interpreted as like character conflict. If it's not, you're making the excuse of it's chaos and omniscient, which I view as explanations and excuses. Um, but it still manages to fit the tone of the world. Um, the cat is funny enough, probably the character I take the most issue with because of how everything is explicitly reliant on him to function. Be it the world building's magic, the plot being pushed forward, and how the other characters are interacting with the world around them. That's now been turned into something more wacky. Um, Everyone else, I think, is great. I think Conrad and Sally are very good characters. Again, they have some nicks, but I think they're very functional. I think they have a very good lesson to give by the end of the film in terms of the story's thematic elements, in the goal that they learn their lessons. And I like that their relationship is repaired. They have a lot of character traits that are uh, put on display very quickly, extrapolated on and kind of examined in dialogue between characters to show that the characters are reflecting on the lessons that are being shown or taught to them through just the pure chaos of everything going on around them. Um, the same can be said for Lawrence. Lawrence is very much he serves an antagonistic role, but I think he's more of a thematic antagonist than a physical presence antagonist because he doesn't really do anything to try and he presents himself as an obstacle, but he doesn't really get in the way much physically of what the kids are trying to do and to free to fix the situation at their home before the party begins because they don't want to get in trouble. Joan is also just a good mother. I don't really have much more to say on Joan because it's very simple in that she's a very good mother. every step in action she takes with regards to her kids makes sense when she's either just when she's disappointed in them and wants to punish them because, or at least Conrad for causing the chaos of everything. Um, and yeah, objectively, I'm also at a 7. I think well, I've been oscillating between a 6 and a 7. I'm settling on a 7. Um,
You have the point five.
because yeah, I do, but I think what really holds it up for me is that there's still a strong through line for a lot of the main characters here. Even if it's messy and chaotic, a lot of what holds that up to a 7 for me is that even though I have a lot of issues with how the cat is interacting with the world, I think the cat ultimately having a master plan, whether we could talk about whether it was good or not, I think it does help a lot. That it's implied that all this was done to teach the kids a lesson, and I do like that in the film with regards to everyone's characters, and I think that's what holds it up at a 7. Subjectively, um,
Drum roll.
I yeah, I yeah, the jokes that I have mentioned in the podcast, uh, thus far, are pretty much the only jokes that I found funny. Um, the exception to that being the one that I brought up with Sinister, and I directly said I didn't like the mechanic joke. I'm not a chaotic humor kind of person. Um, so my favorite jokes were the ones that were kind of well supported, and in this film there isn't many of that. Um, there's a couple adult humor lines that made me smirk, and I don't think any of the kids stuff made me laugh. And granted, I have no nostalgia attachment to this. I'm at a 5. Um, I enjoyed myself. I probably wouldn't go out of my way to watch it again, but I'm not opposed to watching it again. I don't hate it. Um, but yeah, and I'm at a 5. Is kind of where I'm settled for in terms of how I feel about the film.
So the funny
There's definitely
things.
fun to be had and stuff that I that didn't make me laugh. That was just annoyed by the humor.
So the funny things to you were line delivery.
Um, the timing of
Was that
certain
a
things.
setup
The reason
joke?
why the shots lined worked really well is because that was set up and then immediately paid off, and the delivery worked as well. That one worked really well. And like I said, I'm not opposed to slapstick comedy. It's just not my thing, and a lot of this is chaotic slapstick comedy. And then I'm not also like I like adult humor, but there's a level of where
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just felt kind of
This is not Shrek.
overwhelmed by it. Yeah.
Also, to
They
me,
didn't really let you breathe between the adult jokes. They're pretty constant with them.
yeah, we haven't covered it,
Um,
so I don't mean to get full spoilery here. But I'm curious for Crimson. Crimson, if you had to take a guess, because it hasn't been covered on the pod, if you had to take a guess where you would subjectively put Jim Carrey's The Grinch, what would you put it?
I had to guess. Probably like a 7.5, somewhere around there.
Okay, so Cat in the Hat is more entertaining to you than The Grinch.
Yeah, I mean, I can double check my letterbox, which everyone can
Okay, I'm
check out.
just curious on that.
I have that at 4 stars, so 8. I was close to 7.5.
Okay,
so
so
I see them
matched.
as matched. Yeah,
Okay.
both good. Ryder, one
yeah,
final thing here. Well, I guess 2 things. One, the great debate. Cat in the Hat, good or bad? Congratulations, landing in the middle.
I know.
Nope.
I'm so
5.
sorry.
Nope, no, I'm
It's leaning more
he-
towards you, but it's the middle.
it's very middle, but it's not a 5.5. So
It's middle.
or
That's what
my end. I'll
he's
take
gonna
my
claim
small
as victory.
victory. I will take my small victory.
That's a middle.
Huzzah, huzzah.
And the second thing, you mentioned if you wasn't omnipotent, it would be a few points off. What would it be instead of a 7?
Oh, if he wasn't omniscient and it wasn't like Yeah, he's doing reckless endangering of kids while the film is portraying him as that good character. And he falls into villain category, and that goes into character assassination, which I view as an issue. We're talking this would have dropped from a 7 to at least a 5 objectively.
I mean, it is main character.
Yeah, he is a main character, which is why it would be a very big issue.
Okay. Curious.
Yeah. So it would be funny. It'd be weird if it broke out even at 5 and 5. But yeah, I apologize for falling in the middle, but like I genuinely, it's just how I feel with the film, and maybe it's because I don't have
That's
any
good.
nostalgic attachment
Ryder,
to it. So.
completely fine.
Don't want you to
Totally cool.
sway for this. That's
Yeah.
that's not right.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll be privy to many more debates about this movie off the podcast. So,
You'll get all the references.
Now you know. Yeah,
Nice.
now you're in.
now I know.
To clear the confusion for those who might be thinking why you brought up the Grinch question is because that is an also Dr. Seuss live action that has adult humor. To me, I think that adult humor works way better. That is more in the Shrek vein.
I agree. It's more in the Shrek vein. I don't know if I'd say it's better though. It is
Yeah,
more.
I think my subjective, funny enough, for the Grinch has kind of stayed steady over the years. It was never my favorite Christmas movie, and it never will be. But it's never gone down much where it is. And I think if I were to guess my subjective for that without watching it, it's probably at a 7.5.
Okay.
7.
Good to know. Good to know.
That was podcast 100.
Yeah,
That was.
I know. We made it. Nearly 2 years of this, guys.
Is it getting close to 2 years?
Yeah.
Oh,
It'll be 2 years in August.
Yeah, so we're getting there, and yeah, it's been tons of fun. So for episode 100, does anyone have any final thoughts to share before I read us out?
check out the recap.
It's crazy
Yeah.
people thinking the Grinch is just as good as Cat in the Hat. It's lunacy.
It's not that crazy.
It's absolute lunacy. Can you believe it? There's people out there who think it's
Stop
better,
fanning the flame.
that it's higher. That's wild.
They're very close in tone. I will admit that.
I recommend anyone interested look at Cat and Hat on LetterBox and see the graph of ratings. It's unique.
I didn't bring it up in facts because I thought it would be too harsh. Do you guys know what the Rotten Tomato score for Cat in the Hat is for critics?
For
No, I didn't
critics,
look at that.
Yeah.
It's probably
I'm guessing below
15 or
70.
something.
It's 10.
Well, so this is the audience score. This is critics.
Yeah, critics is 10.
Okay, yeah. Critics score on Rotten
I think
Tomatoes
audience is
worthless.
53.
Ryder, this was 2003
63?
though. They had a bit more integrity back then.
That's true.
I could only imagine what Siskel and Ebert would say about this film.
It's
Oh
a
my
gem.
gosh. No.
I would pay money. I would pay
integrity
money to hear their reaction to this film. To hear them talk about this film, I would absolutely pay to see that. Just as I would pay to see them suffer through the Acolyte, as all other Star Wars fans are currently suffering.
I'd pay to just see them. I think they're both past, and they're pretty cool. I admire the work they did.
It's true. All right. Well then, gentlemen, shall I read us out?
I think so. For episode 100.
All right,
Oh, why'd I
thank
do
you,
it like that?
audience.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, audience, for listening, whether it be Spotify, Amazon, Google, Castbox, Podcasts, iHeartRadio, and Samsung. If you happen to be on our visual side of things, be it YouTube or Rumble, watching our PNG YouTubers and slideshow, thank you for watching there. Please feel free to like, comment, subscribe everywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. Tell us how good Cat in the Hat is. Tell us how much you hate Cat in the Hat. And as always, I have been a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
We had a guest of Sinister Boy, lo and behold, rare opportunity, and I'm Sprinks.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.